Haunted voices, strange coincidences. Welcome to Paranormal M. Subscribe and click the bell, or risk missing a tale you were meant to hear. The Lost Boy. I live on the second story of an apartment building. My bed is against my window, so I can frequently hear people talking outside. Most of the time it's the kids playing soccer or downstairs neighbors talking, but I never hear anything past 8 p.m. Currently it is 10:10 as of writing this. I can hear a little boy from my window. I checked outside and I can't see anyone, but the voice sounds like it's coming from directly below me. I can hear sirens in the distance, so at first I thought it was a part of the siren. I'm sure of it now, though. I can distinctly make out what the boy is saying. He's saying Mom. And that's it. That's all he says. At first I paid no attention to it, but it's been several minutes now. I've started to notice some strange things. Firstly, his tone never changes. It's as if somebody recorded this voice and is playing it on repeat, and he says Mom every 5 seconds or so without skipping a beat. Secondly, the boy has been saying this over and over for the past 10 minutes and still hasn't changed his tone or received a response from anyone, not even his mother. It's as if nobody can hear him shouting except for me. Originally, I wasn't going to post this, but it's now a few minutes later and something happened. It kept going on as per usual, but then I heard another voice. A faint yet dominant no. It was a male voice, raspy and toned. I listened in, expecting to hear the boy's voice again, but I hear nothing, just the wind. The Tales of the Jefferson Museum. My mother grew up as an orphan, worked multiple jobs to pay for regular day things. While working at the Jefferson Historical Museum in Jefferson, Texas, she came across a couple of strange things. Note from my mom. I don't believe that any of the spirits there were threatening. In fact, most of them amused me when work got boring during the day. The beginning. When my mom started working there, she noticed right away something odd. Certain parts of the museum were colder than the other areas. The coldest was upstairs in the attic-like room, also part of the viewing experience for guests. She didn't think anything of it and continued working there. The ponytail ghost. My mother's told me about many ghosts that she's seen in her life, but none of them beat the ponytail ghost. This ghost would always sort of tug on my mother's ponytail whenever she worked at the museum. Never just a slight pull, no, but a full tug that would sometimes send her head back a bit. Nothing super extreme other than that. The Diamond Bessie mannequin. Upstairs in the attic room, next to the window, sat a mannequin of Diamond Bessie. Bessie was a prostitute that was murdered in the woods in Jefferson by her husband Abraham. The mannequin, however, creeps me out more than her story to this day. One night, my mother and her friend Shauna were patrolling the halls of the museum. My mother heard a screech from upstairs. Went to go check it out. The mannequin, instead of facing the window, was turned exactly 90 degrees toward my mother, who stood in the doorway. My mom simply turned the mannequin's head back, a little bit creeped out, and headed back downstairs. She then told Shauna, and they both agreed to go back upstairs to check again. As they walked up the stairs into the doorway, lo and behold, the mannequin's head had moved again. Both, more scared than before, turned her head back. A thump was then heard from the corner of the room, and being frightened, they both jumped and ran back downstairs. To this very day, my mother swears that when she turned back as she ran, the mannequin's head turned to look at her once more. It was a grave mistake. Me and my friends were in the graveyard looking for ghosts or proof of the paranormal, because 2/3 of us, me and my friend in the back seat, we were non-believers. We were sitting at 2:30 in the morning, calling out to the graves and hoping for some sort of response. After about 50 minutes of calling names, we read on headstones, hearing leaves rustle in the wind. We repeated the process many times. We started deciding to wrap things up for the night and head home. At the end of this day, we had, like these other non-believers, my friend in the back seat said, "What if I read a scripture from the Bible?" For context, my friend who was driving and the owner of the car is religious, so he just had one in his back seat. My friend in the back seat reached for the Bible, and the moment he touched it, the lights in the car turned on. Shocked me and the car owner, we looked at each other and started freaking out trying to turn them off. The lights weren't, turning off. They wouldn't shut off. We made sure all the doors in the car were properly shut and then waited, but the lights were on. "Calm down, let's take a second to relax," I said to both of my friends. We waited a couple of seconds and tried again. The lights turned off this time. Confused but wanting to leave, we didn't question it too much. But the light in the back seat was still on. I reached back and tried the switch once and it didn't work, so I figured I'd try again with the waiting. While waiting to try again, the light started dimming while simultaneously making this loud buzzing sound. My friend said his lights never made that sound before. We knew what just happened. It wasn't normal. We left. We hope to know more about what happened that night, and we'll seek answers as best as we can. We're currently investing in investigation equipment and looking for places claimed to be active that have not had tests properly done. Hoping for a chance soon. M-I-K-E. Mike, I guess. Let's find out if the spaces mean anything. My friend Emily called me one night. It was during our sophomore year of high school. She was audibly shaken and told me that a name had quote-unquote popped up on her wall. She knew I was into these types of things, so I told her to send me a picture. I wish I still had the picture today because you really had to see this name actually bubbles up under the paint on the wall. The same way you get air bubbles while applying stickers. The name Mike was clearly on her bedroom wall. She assured me that she never had seen it before, and, well, she had slept in that same room her entire life. So I can only assume she was telling the truth. I've seen plenty of ghost hunting TV shows. So my first thought was to do an EVP session. Basically, record yourself talking to the spirit and hope that you can catch it talking back. So I told her to do one and call me after she listened to it. She called me maybe 5 minutes later. Told me she didn't hear anything particularly concerning. I asked her if she specifically mentioned the name Mike. When she said she didn't, I told her to do another recording. Mention the name specifically. We hung up the phone and she called back in under a minute. She said that as soon as she asked about the name, there was an owl that started to hoo outside of her window. Maybe not that exact hoo, but close enough. Didn't seem too odd to me at the time. I told her that I'd be over after school the next day and we would see what we could do. We got to her house at 3:15ish. Her dad was still at work, so it was just us and the dog, who was really aggressive. So we put him in the garage. First thing I did was grab one of her dad's beers, and she got an apple to eat. Sat there for a bit in her kitchen, talked about a couple of things, and I'm sure before beginning our ghost hunt. Now, when I tell you this story in person, I make sure to explain the layout of her house, so it's easier to imagine what I was seeing. But for the sake of this post, I'll just tell the story. So we start the recorder and start to walk up her stairs. I ask the quote-unquote typical questions like, "Is there anybody here with us?" And is there something that you want to say to us? But as soon as I asked about the name Mike, an owl started to hoo outside of her window, which startled the both of us. I turned to walk down the stairs, and while my back was to her, I heard a loud thud and turned around to see Emily on the floor at the top of the stairs. There were only like 6 steps. I know this is cliché, but the look on her face was as if she had seen a ghost. She stood up and practically jumped down the stairs, slipped her shoes on, ran out the door and down the street. I was already spooked by the owl, so of course I started running after her and away from the house. I finally caught her. She was crying frantically while fighting to catch her breath. I asked her if she was okay and how she fell. Her response was, "I didn't fall, I was pushed." You'll get a chance to hear other stories from me in the near future about why I felt the way that I did upon hearing this from my friend. But I was upset and I stopped being scared and felt as if I could control whatever was going on in her house. I'd heard my friend and I was ready for a fight. I took her back inside and just sort of sat to her in the kitchen table, and I grabbed my tape recorder and the beer bottle I had drank and went upstairs to provoke the spirit. I threw the bottle on the ground and said, "Since you want to be tough, pick the bottle up and hit me." Nothing happened. I turned to go down the stairs, turned the tape recorder off and sat at the kitchen table across from Emily. Her back was to the stairs. After I pressed play in the recorder, she kept telling me to stop it and turn it off. I brushed it off at first, but as she got more persistent about it, my gut started to tell me something isn't right. So I stopped the tape recorder. I asked her why she didn't want me listening to it, and she couldn't give me a straight answer. I pressed record on the tape recorder and continued asking her a couple more times before she sank from her chair and sat, kneeling on the floor next to the table. I asked, "Emily, why are you sitting on the floor? Get up and sit in the chair." And she replied, "I don't want to sit up high." I had no idea what she was talking about, but every time I told her to sit in the chair, that was her reply. "I don't want to sit up high." Now remember, I was recording this, so I stopped the tape recorder and started to rewind it to listen to what I just, recorded, and pressed play, and when I pressed plays, friend Emily began to crawl around the table very slowly. As I listened to what I had recorded, I heard myself tell Emily to sit in the chair, but then there was a man's voice that would say, "I don't want to sit up high." Literally right before Emily said it. Not like an echo, like the entire phrase was said prior to Emily speaking on the recording. So I'm hearing this as she's basically crawling toward me, and we lock eyes for a second. She starts jumping while on her knees, banging them on the floor and screaming. I was absolutely terrified, obviously. But I was also 6 foot and 200 some odd pounds, and she's maybe 5'6" or 7, 130, 140, so I just told her that she better calm down before I beat her ass. She gave me this super creepy evil glare and giggled in the most evil, spiritish way. Got up from the floor and walked out of the kitchen and up the stairs, which I'm facing from my seat. On her way up, she grabs the beer bottle I threw in the ground earlier, and the apple that she had when she was pushed before running out of the house. She then walks back into her room, at which point I no longer see her, and I'm left sitting at the table trying to make sense of what I just experienced. As I'm sitting there dumbfounded, she comes down the stairs with a beer bottle but no apple, and she's holding the bottle upside down by the neck with the same creepy evil glare she wanted to hit me with it. Remember, early when we first came back to the house, I threw it on the floor and I told the quote-unquote spirit to hit me with it. I once again told her, "Emily, I love you, but if you try to hit me with that bottle, I'm going to knock you out." She did the evil giggle again and told me that she wasn't going to hit me, then walked past me at the table to put the bottle in the sink. She then sat at the table in the chair next to me and just started rolling up the newspaper sitting on the table. Emily has this obsidian rock that she put on a string and wore as a necklace. She had a particular bond with the rock and always had it on her. I noticed she wasn't wearing it. I asked her where it was. She just sat there with her head down, rolling the newspaper, and said, "What rock?" At that point, I was positive that I was no longer talking to Emily. I grabbed her hand. As soon as I did, she looked up at me and her entire presence changed. Just by the look in her face, I could tell she was back, and she just sat there looking at me as if we were in mid-conversation, waiting for me to speak. I said something along the lines of, "Dude, what the fuck was that?" Well, she, of course, had no idea what I was talking about. Turned out she didn't remember anything after coming back inside after running down the street and sitting at the table. After showing her the recording of the man's voice and her talking with no recollection of doing so, we agreed to let the dog in and keep every light in the house on, sitting on the room together until her dad got home. It was a fucking terrifying experience. Emily never experienced anything else after that, but I had one other run-in with what I believed to be the same Mike entity. Happened 3 years later. The year after I graduated high school, I was telling the story to my girlfriend at the time, and we were just hanging out. We both had 2 days off from work, and it was in the middle of summer, so we sat out on the balcony with the radio right outside the door. A few hours later, I had to leave for a little bit and received a picture message about an hour after I left. It was a picture of the concrete outside the back door where we had placed the radio. The names Mike, E.M., and 91 were etched into the concrete, as if some kids did it when it was first poured. Of course, we wouldn't see it prior to this if it had been there, seeing that we were already in the apartment for a few months at that point, and that was the exact place we put the radio when we were hanging out. That's how she noticed it, because she was putting the radio away. And that's where the story ends. I keep in contact with Emily to this day. She always is uncomfortable talking about it. No problem confirming the story either, at least from her perspective. Kind of a side note, Emily's middle name is Rose, and there's a movie called The Exorcism of Emily Rose, so it's kind of weird. And she's a mother and a wife, and is leading a seemingly happy family life now. This was my first time experiencing a spirit possession, and the least violent. I will be posting about the second time soon, so follow me. Little weird hand inside operating room. Hello everyone, I've had this photo almost 10 years. It was taken using one of those old digital cameras in a hospital in Puerto Penasco, Rocky Point, Sonora, Mexico. I lost the uncropped, unedited original photo, and my hard drives basically died. Today I found this one I uploaded to social media. My mom had an appointment with her doctor back then. She always had a camera on her purse, and she used to take a lot of pictures to everything and everyone. The doors you are seeing lead directly to the hospital's operating room. It's worth saying that some people have died there. Can't ask her anymore, but I remember her saying about the door opening. You can see it. And that startled her, and my sister, and that's why she took this picture. I always have believed there's something paranormal in the world that we cannot quite explain. This is the only evidence I have, and it looks fake, and I can kind of only agree. The hand looks very smooth. Also, the thumb looks very short, as if the tip was missing. The size looks small compared to the doorknob, like a child's hand. Needless to say, it was forbidden to enter the operating room, and also the lights were turned off. The original picture was larger, and the hand that size looked like a highlight reflecting on the small window. Back then, when I noticed that glare, I zoomed in and I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. I asked my mom and brothers if anybody did something to the picture. And I was the only one who used Holmes' computer and knew Photoshop, by the way. Unexplained things. So I've been having really weird stuff happen to me over the past few years. It stopped for a little bit, but it's happening again. When I was in high school, I was very into the paranormal. I purchased haunted dolls and tried to, communicate with the dead, like all the time. And during this time, I began having terrifying sleep paralysis. I would also have a weird slime-like substance leaking down my mirror and TV in my bedroom every morning. There were a few times these huge, skinny handprints would be at the top of my mirror, way bigger than my hands. I would also hear banging on my walls randomly. My brother now has my old room and says all that still happens. Moved out in college, and all of that just stopped. A few months after living with my roommates, weird stuff started happening again. One night, my roommate and I were walking upstairs at 2 a.m., completely heard somebody running up behind us. Began having the worst sleep paralysis I've ever had. Well, before I couldn't sleep through the nights. Moved after a year and it all stopped, and after about a year of being moved out from that apartment and back into my family's home, new bedroom by the way, I started having sleep paralysis again, and really weird dreams from dead loved ones giving me warnings about my friends and telling me I don't have much time left, and I need to make things right with God. I wasn't religious at the time at all, and it's been 2 years since that dream, and I am religious now. But anyways, I still was getting sleep paralysis here and there, but nothing like before. The last 2 nights when I walked down the hallway to my bedroom, it was almost as if a black shadow surrounded me and everything went dark. I had the uneasiest feeling. The first night I booked it to my room and that was the end of it. But the last night, 100%, there was a shadow-shaped person at the end of my hallway. I don't know what any of this means, and I don't know if maybe it sounds like I need to be checked out mentally. Can somebody please help? I feel like I've gone crazy. The last couple of years, I can't tell anybody because I know how crazy I sound. Thank you for reading all of this, if you did. Or listening. I have seen the Sandman. I've seen him many times, and each time has been very vivid. It started when I was very young. I was playing in the playroom of my family's old house, first time I saw him. It was dark out and the porch light was on. The sun had just set, so the yard was slightly visible, but it was hard to see further back when there was this old oak tree, that's where it was. I was playing with what I remember as a stuffed puppy when I first saw the Sandman. He was standing outside of the glass doors on the porch with his hand resting on the glass, staring down at me with his featureless face. His hat was tilted forward slightly, and I remember thinking he was really tall. Now, kid me used to be very friendly. I walked over and put my hand to the glass where his hand was, and I was just standing there staring at him like a curious idiot. The house I was in was very haunted, and I had a lot of terrifying encounters with the paranormal before I'd even seen the Sandman. By all means, even at that age, I knew to be afraid of whatever creatures lived in that house. But for some reason, the Sandman made me feel calm and safe even. By the time I'd stepped back, he turned around and walked away. And that was the first encounter. Just a few weeks after, we found out I had some sort of illness and it took multiple years to get accurately diagnosed. The second time was a few days before my mother went into a coma for a week. I'd woken up from a nightmare that was about my mother. When I sat up, he was sitting on the bed, looking at the carpet. He actually spoke this time, and he apologized for what he knew was to come, and I remember thinking he looked like a sad hound dog. Which was funny because I never really thought of those dogs. His hat was once again tilted downwards, and he kind of had a hand rested onto his leg, and he was actually taking off his trench coat. I was laying beside him. I was around 13 at the time, and this is when I started researching who this guy was and what this guy was. The most recent was about 2 to 3 years ago. A lot of bad things went down. He's standing in the kitchen staring at one of her dogs on the floor, sleeping in front of the stove. He didn't say anything, but I could tell that he was in thought, and I didn't try talking with him or anything. And unlike the last 2 times, nothing too bad happened, and I haven't seen him since. Figured I'd share this with you guys to see if anybody else has any experiences with him. Something that might not have ever gotten the chance to be brought up, perhaps. My supernatural experience. I was born and raised in Germany, but I'm Turkish, and growing up with a mostly Muslim population also comes with its own horror stories about jinns. When I turned 14, we moved back to a small village in Turkey. It was with a huge culture shock, and when me and my twin sister started hearing about horror stories about these creatures, we found it absolutely cool that creatures could exist, and we were super into these stories, and horror movies, and the supernatural in general. My grandpa was the coolest man that would ever tell us stories most of the time, but would laugh it out at the end because he thought he would get scared, or rather, we would get scared. I was 16 years old when my grandma died, and I remember being devastated and heartbroken since we were living with him for years, and I felt like my own mother died. Grandpa died after 3 years. She died in Germany, so by the time her body was delivered to the village, it was 7 days past. Muslim burial tradition doesn't require caskets. The bodies are wrapped in white cloth and buried like that, slightly leaning to one side, which I always found interesting. And if you fulfill a type of cleaning ritual, abdest, they said that you can see the dead body. Well, we did, and I found it traumatizing to see her laying there, and her face looked absolutely normal and alive. Couldn't wrap my head around the fact that she was dead. Me and my twin, we went back to the house and to our rooms, which is beside my grandparents' room. Our parents and their siblings, fighting already in the living room about money and property, started dreaming laying in the grave, and my grandma's grave, which was basically seeing everything through her eyes. I'm starting to fly to a 6-story building, which was in our home, and stopped right in front of the balcony where all the siblings were fighting. I immediately woke up when I came close to the balcony. Woke up to my grandpa entering the room to open the small window that we had. He looked at me and started telling him what happened. I didn't want to make him upset, obviously, but this was not the first time this happened. He opened his hand, started praying and blowing air on me, and kissed the top of my hand and said, "It's all good now." A year later, it's me and my twin sister. We're at my grandpa's house. My mom and dad are going through a divorce, and my mom moved to another city. Wanted to take us with her. We don't want to leave my grandpa alone, so we're living with him. He's super happy to have us, and one day I fell asleep and I started dreaming in the same bed again, and my back's toward the window. We're in the balcony, my mom's holding a coffee mug, and there's a dwarf for a super short man standing next to her, saying that they're getting married. I lose it, and I start yelling at my mom, and she points down the street saying, "Look." And I look down, and there's a slim man with jeans and no shirt walking toward the building. I'm leaning down, looking at him at that point, and I lose sight, and then he comes back out and is missing his arms from the shoulders with blood gushing down. Ran down the stairs, and he's not there anymore. But the neighbor's crying, holding her house key, saying that they're trying to take the key and invade the house. I'm super confused, trying to hold her hand, and then the guy reapers, and then the guy reapers and takes the key from her. The guy reapers. And now he has arms again. Runs to the house, and inside of the house is pitch black. The door, the windows are open, but full black inside. And all of a sudden the house starts to suck, and all the surroundings inside me too. Hold on to a pole in the street and barely escape. And then I woke up full-on sleep paralysis. Can't move, facing the wall, but start seeing the light. So the sun must be rising. My grandpa woke up pretty early in the morning for prayers, and The first thing he does is come to our room and slightly open the window to let fresh air in. I waited like that for I don't know how long, tears running down my eyes. I started hearing his footsteps, and as soon as he opened the door, I bolted from the bed. He saw my state and freaked out too, I guess, and after his prayers, he made tea and I told him what happened. He told me that those neighbors practice black magic or go to hocus, men of religion who are in cahoots with these creatures. They can put dark spells on people. He also said there's always a meaning behind dreams. Said that they're jealous of my grandpa because he had more land and they could have did a spell on us. Fast forward a year, we move in with my mom in a new city. First day in the new high school, sitting in class, and the first lesson is philosophy. The door opens and a dwarf man walks in. The guy in my fucking dream. My sister immediately holds my arms and looks me in the eye, and I knew that she was, and it was so weird. Well, I knew that she knew, and that's what was so weird. Before you ask, no, my mom didn't remarry, and obviously trauma and stories feed the imagination, but I believe some of these stuff are real. If anybody else has experienced stuff like this, I'd love to talk about it. This was my father's side. On my mom's side, there's even more stories about these jinns. I'd love to share those as well one day. Lights in Michigan. This happened about 10 to 12 years ago. I'm 20 now, and to preface, my dad owns his own land in rural Michigan. Middle of nowhere, all woods and no service. But it's right on a lake, so it used to be really nice for camping trips. Anyways, we, being me, my dad, and my older sister, we're on one of these trips and we're going to sleep in the first night in the tent. That's when we all realized that all of our phones weren't working. Mine and my sister's phone were completely dead, even though neither should have been, and well, we both had iPhones at the time. My dad, who had a Samsung, had his screen completely glitching out with no apps and just random pixels all over the screen with no response. We all thought this was weird and kind of creepy, but this was back when technology wasn't really nearly as big of a deal as it was now. Phones were still kind of shitty. Soon after this, we all decided to just try to go to sleep. About 10 minutes later, there were lights outside of the tent. There was no cover on top, only screen, so it was easy to notice even as we were lying down. No one should have been around for miles at least, so none of us really knew what to do and just tried to lay as still as possible for about 5 minutes before my sister eventually started freaking out, waking my dad up, who obviously was never actually asleep in the first place. I stayed pretending, and I heard them whispering about the lights, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. It wasn't flashlights or other people or fireflies. They were glowing orbs, and some in the trees, one right in front of the tent about 10 feet away. That's when I sat up, and they weren't pulsing like fireflies would. It was a steady yellowish glow and much brighter. The one in front of the tent floated closer and closer. It was about 5 feet away maybe. It was the size of a baseball. My dad quickly shone a flashlight on it. Before it could get too close, it froze for a moment before they all quickly left. My dad swears to this day that they were fairies of some kind, and that he could see a smaller body within the light. I have no idea what it was till this day, and I was so scared I decided to just lay down and go back to bed. I was pretty young at the time and haven't been back since. Even if it wasn't paranormal, I guess I'm just looking for anybody else who'd had a similar experience in the same area. Haven't been able to find anything similar online since. I regularly check every few years or so. My encounter with something in the woods in Florida. I know this is going to sound cheesy and fake, but last night on Friday the 13th, me and my boyfriend were spending time together, and I thought, well, let's go out to the woods by your dorm and look for raccoons and possums and other critters. That's a cool idea. That's because we both love animals like that. We both agreed and went to grab dinner and then walked to the woods. It's about 10-ish, and we're about 2 miles in, and I see this deer jump right over the path and into the bushes, and I say, "Oh, look, it's a deer." He looks for a good 5 minutes but doesn't see the deer, and I see it clear as day, but after that we continue, and we're about 4 to 5 miles deep into this trail. Then my boyfriend says, "I run this trail every single morning, and honestly have no clue where we are." And that kind of spooked me because it's pitch black out and he has no clue where we are, so we see this path that takes a right and we assume that it'll loop back around and take us to the beginning so we can leave. I'm about 2 to 4 feet ahead of him. I just freeze in place with my phone flashlight pointing in the brush. And he comes around the corner and sees me and says, "What the fuck is wrong?" And I say, "Look," pointing my flash of my phone in the bush. He's looking down and I just say, "Look up." He looks up, and all you see are these bright blue humanoid eyes about 9 feet up staring at me. And that's my dog's ears. It was really skinny, but so tall, and you can slowly see it scanning to me and into him, and I make eye contact with it for maybe a minute until he grabs me and says, "We need to go." The second he said that, the thing moved toward us in this sort of crooked movement. And FYI, it was like a grassy plains area with no trees, just tall grass and bushes. So he walks slowly and I'm walking backwards, and he has me by the wrist while walking forward, and you can just see this thing stalk us until we take a left turn and retrace our steps back out of the woods. While we were walking and running, we were screaming prayers, and I don't even know if it was terrifying. Or rather, I don't know. But it was terrifying. And when we left, my body just kept telling me to go back into the woods, and I couldn't stop tearing up while staring at these woods, and when I got out of it. Also, while we were leaving, there was this loud shriek or howl. I know this is speculation, but he said the name Skinwalker or Wendigo, and I was also whistling at deer in the woods. I don't know, and we smelled this super strong odor, and it got dead quiet when we saw it. The closer we got to leaving, the louder it got of wildlife. My boyfriend's side of the story. I encountered something in the woods in Florida. My boyfriend and I went out around 10:30 to go catch possums and raccoons at my school's arboretum one night. I've run these trails for months, 2 or 4 times a week at early hours of the morning when it was still dark. I know them inside and out, and I'm comfortable with them. We walk my normal route, which just consists of basically taking the first path left and then walking forward with 0 turns. This takes you around the perimeter of the, arboretum. Why have I never heard that word? It's where you can literally see the football field and residential houses. We've been walking about 45 minutes when I hear a noise to the left of me, like a small animal. I look around in the bushes, and the grass here isn't too long. He points toward the trail and asks if I see a deer. I've got pretty good night vision and senses, and I've been walking the woods by myself since I was 10 or 11. I didn't see it, but he just kept pointing and saying that it was moving. He even said it leaped across the trail at one point. By this point, the woods were completely silent, save for some very faint bug noises. But I saw and heard nothing. I jokingly asked him if he was hallucinating, and he made an offhand comment about how it was unusual for a deer to be by itself. Not really. We didn't think anything of it until after we got off the trail. We walk another mile or so, and the terrain looks totally unfamiliar and smells super strong, like weed and burning. I look at him and tell him that this wasn't the trail I usually took, and I had no idea where we were. About there, the path forked into a very dark path to a small trail to the right, which is the direction of the entrance. Despite his insistence, we go forward, and I took us right. After not even 15 feet of walking that direction, I hear a faint crunch of a branch to my right and ask something like, "Did you hear that?" He takes his phone out and turns the light on, and I start looking in the field thinking it's an armadillo or something. The grass here is incredibly dense. easily 4 feet tall and up to my lower chest. But there's no trees, and we verified in the maps. He's holding the phone above my head for about 45 seconds to a minute. Then he just says my name and to look, and I finally look above where I was searching the grass, and I see a pair of blue slanted eyes. They're about 9 feet tall, almost like those of a mountain lion. They were so bright they looked like they were glowing even without the light. I watched them scan from his eyes to mine, and then it started moving diagonally, completely silently. I grab his wrist and tell him we gotta go. I start pulling him back from the trail. Told him not to run because in my mind I was trying to rationalize this being a bear. He walked backward and kept his eyes on it while I led us out forwards. I took glances back occasionally, and I could see it stalking us for about maybe a 10-foot distance. It kept moving crookedly and almost completely silently. The bushes didn't seem to move as it walked. Well, the only thing you'd hear is like this occasional crack of a small twig. After about 1.5 miles of this, it let out a shriek, and for lack of a better word, like nothing I've ever heard before. And I've heard mountain lions and coyotes, but this was completely different. At this point, we ran out of there screaming prayers, and we could hear the crickets and other bugs crescendo and get louder as we made our way back. I called my stepdad and explained what happened to him, and he stayed on the line while we made our way out. Neither he nor I are very superstitious. We would even make jokes about my mom burning sage in our house to get rid of bad energy, but I could tell by his voice he believed us and he was trying to get us out without panicking us more. The whole time we were running, my boyfriend kept telling me things like, "This isn't the right path, we need to turn," even though it was just a straight shot back. Once we made it out, he couldn't stop looking toward the woods and kept telling me his body was telling him to go back and things like that. Super unsettling. I didn't start to panic until we got back to his house. Couldn't stand going home alone and walking by that forest at night to get back to my dorm, so I stayed at his place until sunrise. Every time I tried to close my eyes to sleep, I saw images of the eyes of these fucked up deer. Didn't sleep for 48 hours, and when I finally did, it was restless. It was like a 2 or 3 hour nap. I've had extreme paranoia since back. Can't stand to go anywhere without him on the phone. We've tried to rationalize it, but nothing makes sense. Didn't move or sound like a bear, and I've seen plenty of those. There were no trees for it to have been a panther. Not to mention the fact that there's never been a sighting in this part of Florida for several miles. Nothing else, but possibly a panther could have had those eyes or that scream, nor stalked us through the woods the way it did. The only other thing I could imagine was a drone or something like that. The woods were dead silent and we never heard any mechanical sounds. Veteran in Missouri, seeking real help with land-based spiritual energy. I'm a disabled Army veteran living in southwest Missouri with my wife. 2 weeks ago, we had a powerful experience with psilocybin that opened something in us, and since then, the land around our home has felt charged with unmistakable energy. It's not just a feeling. We've had coordinated signs and synchronicities, physical sensations and emotional spikes that feel like something's trying to speak or move, like through us or around the space. This has gone on now for over a week. I'm not anywhere near to a beginner of the use of psilocybin, so that's not the issue, I promise. I'm looking for somebody who truly understands energy shifts and ancestral presence or spiritual congestion on land. Not interested in vague positivity or New Age one-liners. I need somebody grounded and experienced, and able to guide or clear. If you know of somebody near Missouri or Arkansas or Kansas or Oklahoma who's done this kind of work, or if you're that person, I'd be deeply grateful for a DM or a lead. Remote consult's fine, if it's the real deal. In person eventually would be even better. Story. Good title. So, 4 years old, I watched my father murder my mother. Because of family ties or relationships with the Kansas City Mafia, he served approximately 30 minutes in county jail before his father bailed him out. He got 5 years supervised probation, kept custody of me and my brother. My brother went to a state facility almost immediately due to being mentally handicapped. Spent the next 12 years being berated and beaten daily. Christ. At 16, I left his house with the help of family services in Oklahoma, moved in with my aunt and uncle. About 2 years later, I joined the Army Infantry. Since about 13, I've typically been one substance or another in me at any given time. Had 16 surgeries through the VA, and a little over 8 years ago, got off of pain pills, and that got me hooked. I've had nothing since then except for some beer and very small amounts of marijuana, which I've given up on quite a while back too. This is all off the top of my head, so sorry it doesn't really, read as being defined as what I would normally write. Since about the age of 7 or 8, I guess I would say, I've seen shadow figures periodically, especially when I've been in a very depressed state. It's normally just 1 or 2 at a time, and maybe once or twice a year. Before that started, I had 2 identical dreams back to back. I could hear my mom's voice coming down the hallway of my house, and I'd wake up and my room would be completely resituated. My bedroom door would be open. My dad never let me sleep with my door open in reality. And just as her voice would get close to the door, I would shift my view to the foot of my bed, and that end of the room. I'd see the last of a puffer smoke dissipating in the air and a cartoon figure of the devil. I don't mean as if he were drawn, I mean as a real-life figure, like red with horns on his head, pointed tail and the pitchfork. He would laugh, and then I'd wake up, and ever since that second night, I have seen shadow figures. About 10 years ago, the property I live at now, there were dozens of them all over my entire property. My wife and my 2 daughters were an hour south of me in Joplin. It's in Missouri. My young son was at home with me. Grabbed one of my rifles, and I sat in the corner of my living room where I could see every avenue of egress and approach. I grabbed my phone and I called one of my cousin's wives to come get my son. As soon as she got my son, I called an ambulance. Contrary to how it sounds, I had full presence of mind and I knew exactly what was happening. Not long after the ambulance got me to the hospital, my wife was back from Joplin. She dropped my daughter off at the same cousin's wife, and that's the point. I had a lot of medicine in me, and I don't remember this particular detail I'm about to share. With the curtain, John closed in on this little ER room. I was looking at the edge of it and telling her that there was an old man pointing at me and laughing. This would have been the only time one of the shadow figures ever got close enough to really look more than just a shadow. The very next night, I was just having drinks at the Eagles Lodge and called my wife to come get me a ride because I had too many. And after she got me home, I went to my shop and she went inside. I don't know why she came back out, but when she did, found me in a pool of my own blood and called an ambulance. Cops saved my life. Spent the next several days in a nut ward at the Kansas City VA. This last year and a half had been very rough. I had given up again and quit my tiny little business. Came home and told the wife I wanted a divorce, and honestly I was just trying to push her away because I knew that I've made up my mind again. This time I wanted to leave a letter, but I wanted it to be really perfect, so I used AI. Terrible. Oddly enough, it was the first time I was ever able to be completely honest about everything in my head because I wasn't talking to another person. The only place I was ever able to try to work on the letter, which certainly turned into writing a book about my story, was just a few feet away from where I had previously almost bled out. About that time, some acquaintances of mine informed me that they had access to some mushrooms. I've been working on getting to an ibogaine treatment program through veterans organizations in Mexico. Ibogaine. so I'd studied a lot now on the therapeutic aspects of psychedelics and PTSD. Told my wife, and she said she wanted to do them with me, so I told the friends to get some for us. The wife was not at home when they arrived, so the first time in my life I did mushrooms by myself. I'm not unfamiliar with mushrooms, and when she arrived home later that evening, we decided to do some together. They were very intense but short-acting, and after the peak was over and well into the downslide, they started giving me scratches on my arms and my head, and as soon as her fingers touched my head, it wasn't her anymore. I could see my mother's hand plain as day. And since then, we've had a dozen of signs that are unstable that the energy of other family members are here with us. Some good, some bad. Sorry for the somewhat incoherent ramble on the story. I'm running behind today, but I wanted to get this message out to you. Don't have time to read this back over, so if any of it doesn't make sense, please reach back out to me. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Hope to hear back from you soon. I think I saw a version of myself that never got off the bus. And this might sound strange, but something happened a while ago that I can't stop thinking about. A few years back, I was on a bus. Just a normal ride, middle of the day. I remember being lost in thought, feeling like I was floating inside my own head. The bus stopped at one particular station, and for a second I had this really strong urge to get off. Even stood up a bit, but then I didn't. I stayed. It felt small at the time, just another skip decision, but recently I passed that same stop again, different bus, different day. I saw someone sitting at the window in the same seat I was in back then. Same hoodie, same slouched posture, same face. It was me, but not me now, but me then. I stared for a second, blinked, and it was gone. I don't know what that was, a glitch or memory bleeding through. Did some version of me actually get off the bus that day, and I'm just living the version that stayed? I'm not even sure what I'm asking here. But if anyone else has experienced something like this, I'd really like to know. I think I just woke up for another universe, and it wasn't a dream. Something really bizarre happened to me today. Don't even know how to fully explain it. I'm not saying I had a dream, it felt like something way beyond that. Here's what happened. Last night I slept at around 5 a.m. and woke up around 9 a.m., then went back to sleep again around 11. That's when it started. I woke up in what felt like another version of my life, in a different room, completely unfamiliar, yet somehow mine. Standing at the door of this strange room, my mother was walking toward me slowly. The whole environment was muffled and blurry, like I was half fading between two states. I could hear her voice echoing and distorted. As she approached, I suddenly felt myself slipping, like my consciousness was collapsing. And then bam, I just woke up here, back in this world. But it didn't end there. For the next 30 minutes I couldn't move. Not like regular sleep paralysis, I've had that before. This was something else entirely. My body felt like it hadn't fully reconnected, my eyes barely opened. Everything was spinning and I had to fight just to blink. It felt like I'd been downloaded back into my body. And here's the freakiest part. The moment I opened my eyes in this world, I got a flash, like a download of memories. As if I had lived a life in that other place and was suddenly being ripped back into this one. Couldn't even remember who I was for a while and where I was. I just lay there trying to remember this reality again. So what the hell was that? Was it a dream or a glitch or a consciousness shift? Or did I actually jump into another universe where another version of me lived and just barely made it back? Has anyone else experienced something like this? I saw a presence of a black shadow figure, then an actual exorcism in the Bay Area in Fremont. I had an experience in 2022 which turned me from a skeptic to a believer. I was living in Fremont, California. I was living as a paying guest with an Indian Punjabi family of 5, a couple with 3 toddler kids. The couple don't really get along, and wife Rinku is highly frustrated and upset with her life. She asked me to accompany her to an astrologer or fortune teller. We found an Indian astrologer in Fremont, California, and made a visit to him. As we entered his house, a tiny apartment, the astrologer's wife took us to his room. His room was dark and full of pictures of different deities, and also had a white, sort of stick human figure with a red tongue constructed out of white cement or something on the floor. The astrologer looked like a mix of priest and tantric. He wore black kurta. As per his numerology and some other methods, he told Rinku that somebody did black magic on her and her family long back. Rinku believed whatever the astrologer said. When she was a child, her family came across some black magic-related stuff in their farms in Punjab. Hair, lemon, and red fabric. Their lives have been devastated since then. No one in her family was happy. Rinku's father died, and 4-year-old Rinku was taken away forcefully from her mother and was made to live with her aunt all her life, who never loved her. Rinku and her real sister both have horrible, cheap husbands. Rinku was never allowed to talk to her real mom, who herself was living an awful life in some village in Punjab. Or Punjab, or Punjab, I don't know how to say that. So Rinku believes the astrologer. I was still a skeptic, but he made right predictions and assessments about me, so I didn't know what to believe. The astrologer said he can't explain much about what's wrong with her. All he said it was some black magic, said that he would do an extensive puja, some rituals that made it all go away. He quoted $2,000 for the whole thing, and Rinku, coming from a low-income house, still managed to arrange the amount. Now things get interesting from here. I'd like to know after spending $2,000. As a part of the thing, she had to visit the astrologer a few times. She took me every time she went, and I consciously didn't drink water or eat any offerings the astrologer made to us. And so didn't Rinku. The third time we went to his place, he said something about finding something evil in his prayers for Rinku. He also said that as a part of the ritual, Rinku had to visit a graveyard to drop some stuff, which astrologer gave us. Had to be done by Rinku. He strongly advised me to accompany her to the graveyard, and that day he said a few more things which made Rinku pretty emotional, and she shed some tears. The astrologer asked his wife to bring some sweets and water and tea for us. We refused, and he insisted and gave us some sweets and warm water to drink. We ended up drinking the water, but got the sweets back home and discarded it in the trash. That night, both of us drove to the graveyard at 10-ish. She dropped that stuff in the graveyard. Additionally, the astrologer also gave us a copper pod, a kalash, if anybody wants to Google it, which she asked Rinku to keep in the room she slept in. After coming back from the graveyard, both of us showered and had dinner. The astrologer instructed us not to consume any alcohol that night. Now, at around 11:30-ish, both of us were sitting in the living room. Rinku video called a close friend and shared that we had gone to the graveyard. The friend suddenly tells Rinku that you look really different today and your eyes look scary. Rinku took it as a joke and looks at me asking, like, if there's something wrong with her eyes. I looked into them and I suddenly got very scared. They did feel different and scary, and something was definitely wrong with her eyes. She went to bed shortly after this, around 12. Looking into her eyes gave me chills. It was hard for me to talk to her while looking at her. Writing this and thinking of those eyes gave me chills. Those eyes looked in trance and felt like they wanted something from me. Those eyes looked greedy and, like I said, in a trance. And I'm a night owl. I generally don't sleep at night. That night I was cooking in the kitchen downstairs at 1:30 a.m.-ish. To give you an idea about the house, it's a 2 BHK. 2 bedrooms, 2 hallways, 2 kitchen. I don't know what this is. 2 beds, 2... Anyway. The hall and the kitchen are modular and on the ground floor. 2 bedrooms on the first floor. And I sleep in one and the whole family sleeps in the other 1 bedroom. So I'm on the ground floor that night, cooking in the kitchen, which is next to the stairs on the first floor. So stairs are adjacent to where I'm standing. I suddenly feel somebody come down through the stairs and standing outside the kitchen looking at me. I feel something black in my peripherals and I have a strong negative feeling. I feel someone is standing next to me, facing me. I look to that side and what I see is black smoke vanishing in the air and settling into the atmosphere of the room. All of this happened in 3 seconds. That kind of dark was a different dark, different than the dark of a tube light gone old. I feel shit scared, but I don't know what happened to me. I pretended as if nothing even happened. I don't know how, but I acted strong and sort of created an aura of strength around me. I sort of gave a strong message to that thing that if there's anything in that room, that I'm strong and not scared. I pretended to stay normal, didn't react. Just created a powerful aura around me psychologically. It doesn't end here. Some few minutes later, I had to bend down to get something out of the bottom shelf of the kitchen. I sit down in a squatting position, and to my horror, my pajama tore from both my knees, and I have no explanation for this. My pajamas were well-fitting and maybe a tad bit tight, but not as tight as they would tear from the knee. That too, from both the knees at the same time. I was so scared at this point, but I continued to act normal. I even sat at the couch in the same very room after some time, using my phone to watch a video, and my video getting paused on its own repeatedly. I play, it pauses, I play and it pauses again, even after it had buffered. And at this point I'm clueless, I feel something spooky, but my rational brain is telling me it's all in my head. At around 3 a.m. I called my friend in India. I knew I won't be able to sleep until sunrise. My friend kept my head diverted until 4:30 a.m. After some more time, I saw sunrise and felt relieved and went to bed, and I didn't share this with anyone except the friend I was talking to. The next day, as I get up, I felt very low and negative, and I have this strong urge to leave the house. Called up my husband and moved in with him that very evening. Background story at this point is I'm a month-old married. Husband lived in a different city in California. We'd gotten married in urgent circumstances, in the process of looking for houses for us. Meanwhile, I continued to stay with the Punjabi family as paying guest, until the night I experienced all this. We'd also gone to Gurudwara that day, as the astrologer instructed us to visit the temple this day. During the day before moving out, I felt very negative throughout the day, and I wanted to move out as soon as possible. Also had exaggerated thoughts of me cutting my wrist off. I generally get these thoughts, but on that day I was feeling those thoughts and I felt the pain as if I'm cutting wrist nerves. Two days later, I'm at my husband's. Rinku calls me and pleaded me to accompany her to the astrologer's one last time. I made an excuse and didn't go, and she also didn't go. Then she called me the next day and pleaded again. She shared that 2 of her kids felt something in the house. Her eldest kid, a 7-year-old, who was getting ready for school that morning, just combing his hair, looking in the mirror, and that morning suddenly sees a human-like silhouette standing behind him in the mirror. He turns his head around and sees that thing running inside the washroom and disappear. The washroom was situated right behind the kid. Shared this with Rinku, who had no idea of the background story. This incident happened 3 days after we visited the graveyard. Rinku has 4-year-old twins, who generally play in the living room by their own every morning. Rinku sleeps till afternoon as she works late-night shifts at Amazon warehouse. The 2 twins play alone every morning in the living room. And for a few days, they stopped playing alone. One of the twin kids said that she won't play without Mom downstairs as there's something in the room, as they said. Rinku shares all of this and just pleads me to come to the astrologer with her, and I said no, and now my husband, who's kind and a believer, said that I must go and end all of this. And if it's the last visit, just go and end it. So I decided to say yes for the next day. I had a weird dream that night. A dream where I met with accident driving to Rinku's place. So Rinku and I planned to visit the astrologer the next day. Rinku called me at 11 a.m. and asked me to be at the astrologer's at 1. Also shares that Karan fell in the washroom bathtub that morning, cried a lot before going to school. He didn't want to go to school at all, which was quite the opposite of his behavior. Also, he'd never fallen down in the bathtub like this. Rinku sent him to school anyway, and if he wouldn't go, Rinku won't be able to step out and go to the astrologer for the final ritual. I reached at the astrologer at 2. I was running late. As I reached there, Rinku shares what's been happening to kids with the astrologer, feeling presence and stuff. Rinku also believes that her son fell in the bathroom because of some presence. The astrologer agreed. The astrologer now said there'd been some kind of evil spirit feeding on Rinku. He didn't tell us until now, as he didn't want that entity to know that Rinku knows about the presence, and that she's trying to get rid of it. And at this point, I'm taking my experience from that night seriously. I shared what happened with me that night in the kitchen. The astrologer was not surprised. Said it tried to scare me because I was assisting Rinku with her visits to the astrologer, and that's why I moved out of the house the next day. The astrologer said his son fell because the spirit knows we're trying to get rid of it, so it's trying to stop this from happening. Having all these conversations, we realized it's 2:30 p.m. Time to pick Rinku's son from school as he gets off at 2:35. Rinku pleaded me to go pick him up from school and bring him to the astrologer's. We decided to do the ritual after bringing Karan from school to the astrologer's house. I Ubered to the school and reached at 2:42, 7 minutes late. I don't see the child anywhere. He's nowhere to be found at the school. Kept looking everywhere, asking the teachers that were also looking everywhere. Rinku called me to ask if Karan was picked up, and I said I can't find him anywhere. She was panicking, like anything, and decides to come to the school and postpone the ritual. The astrologer books an Uber for Rinku to school. A few minutes later, I see a teacher of Karan bringing Karan to me. She was Karan's preschool teacher and spotted Karan on the main road crossing the road on his own, trying to go back home on his own. And this has never happened. Karan has never done anything like that. It was only late by 7 minutes. But anyway, I took Karan to the astrologer's with me. Karan waited in the living room while we sat in the ritual inside the astrologer's room. He asked us to bring neem petals and water from Rinku's house. And one more thing I don't remember, I guess rose petals. They did some puja, and my role was to watch Rinku and support her. In the last step of the ritual, he made Rinku eat the neem that she got and keep the water that she got in her mouth, and then she had to pray to Kali to relieve her of the evil 9 times. After praying, she had to spit the water to a glass jar in front of her. As she spat water, it didn't come out of her mouth. Fire and sparks with a screaming dark black shadow came out of her mouth, which the astrologer trapped in this glass jar. He struggled to do so as the shadow was trying to come out of the jar, and I was shocked in watching the astrologer struggle. The astrologer shouted at me and Rinku and asked for us to go home immediately. We left the house, but I suddenly realized that I left my jacket in the same room where the exorcism happened. Whoops. Went back to the room to pick up the jacket. I see the astrologer trying something on that jar and sealing it. And as I leave, I took a glance at the jar, and I saw a black human-like thick stick figure floating in the jar. Contained some white-gray smoke and that black figure, and the astrologer again shouted and asked me to leave. My life changed after this experience. And this is an advice, or perhaps a warning. If you see any such visiting cards from astrologers or fortune tellers which advises anything related to black magic removal, stay away from them. Or did it help? This whole thing's got me pretty confused. See ya. Paranormal M brings the dead to your doorstep In stories, that is. Every episode reveals the kind of truth that chills to the core. Subscribe and tap the bell before the next one slips through the cracks. I was living in a haunted room. So I've been living in a rented apartment for 3 years now. Sometimes I have this feeling when I'm alone that I'm not alone. I can't really describe it any better. I don't feel scared. I don't feel being watched. I don't feel a presence. I just feel I'm not alone. So it's a 2-bedroom apartment. I live with my husband, and the other room is mainly his office. I also keep unfolded laundry there. Let's say that room can be very cluttered, and embarrassed to say it's mostly cluttered. Sometimes when we fight, I sleep in that office room. A few things to know about me. I'm obsessed with horror content and facts and stories. But I'm quite brave too, also a bit sensitive to energies. So one night, this angry wife, well, probably being me, decided to sleep in the office room and leave a bed in there. I remember waking up that night very often. It felt like somebody was waking me up. I didn't feel anything, but the whole experience was like, well, I'm sleeping, waking up, looking around me, and then sleeping with an underlying sort of feeling of being woken up by someone. It was an uncomfortable night. My husband's PC has too many flashy lights, and he keeps it on. He's running some experiments on them. They execute through the night. Suspicious. I felt it was the little sound of the PC and flashy light that made me uncomfortable, and the scenario ends here. A couple of months later, my meditation teacher came to visit us and stayed with us. My meditation teacher is an extremely advanced meditation practitioner, has the ability to see and sense things. He can also look into people just by looking into their eyes. Happens to people who have meditated for decades. It's quite normal to have strong psychic abilities. During the first night of his stay, he had an unpleasant experience sleeping in that room, which was now not cluttered and was well organized. During the breakfast next day, he mentioned that it was an uncomfortable sleep. I casually asked him, "Do you think there's a presence in that room?" And he calmly said, "Yeah." He mentioned he didn't want to scare us, so he didn't mention this earlier. He also said it was not a bad one, it's a neutral one. That evening, he did a ritual to send the presence away, and it's all chill now. It just put me into contemplation about my past experience sleeping in that room, and about how I generally feel living there. And oh yeah, when he was sending it away, he told us that presence feels irritated that we're sending it away. And he also advised us to keep the house free of clutter. And another thing. We've had my mother-in-law staying in that room 1 year before this. She stayed for 6 months. Even she had trouble sleeping with peace in that room. We always blamed the mattress. Also, most of the things in that room, well, furniture was bought and used. I'm not sure if that spirit came with something. And everything comes with something. Everything. My dog disappears and reappears out of nowhere. Has anyone experienced this? Oh yeah. Let me start off with the fact that I do believe in the paranormal. My mom is still alive. She said that she could get in touch with me after she dies, and if she could, she would. She's only appeared to me once, and I had a few vivid dreams. Visitation dreams, maybe. But she helps me find things. I have a small art business, and when I kind of create it, I get cluttery. That's because I have an idea and just abandon what I'm doing and start with my idea. Bad habit. When I look for something and can't find it, I ask her for help, and then I find the item. But all that can probably be explained away. What I can't explain is my dog disappearing and just reappearing out of nowhere. Started with my coffee infuser. I know my headline said dog, and I'll get there. So I have an espresso machine. Once a week, I give it a good clean. I remove the infuser, and it's bigger than my hand. I soak it in hot water, wipe everything inside, and put it back together. Coffee can't be made without this infuser. Had a cup of coffee, got ready to remove the infuser from the machine. It wasn't there. Opened the compartment and it was empty. I began frantically searching because I'm not having coffee. It's not really a thing. Or rather, me not having coffee is not a thing. Gotta have it. My husband came home and helped me look for it. And he's not a coffee drinker, so I tried to explain what it looked like. He asked for the size, and I said, just open that compartment and the infuser's the size of that gaping hole. He did and saw the empty compartment and kept searching. I then decided what he's looking, or rather decided while he's looking for it, I just wipe out the inside of the machine, since it's empty. I opened the compartment, and there it was, snug and in place. I believe in the paranormal, and my husband does not. He said, yeah, I have no explanation for that one. It happened 2 more times. Both times I closed the compartment, waited a little, and it would reappear, and now onto the dog. Our little dog is 16 years old. When my mom passed, we sold her big house to our oldest daughter with a growing family, for basically what we owed, which really wasn't much at all. And in return, we now live rent-free and bill-free. While I do pay her little for the electricity for my studio, we, being my husband, dog, and I, moved into the mother-in-law wing, attached to the house. Basically a 1-bedroom apartment, 1 bath and half bath that connects the houses. That door stays shut because of privacy. One morning I got up and my dog was gone. We know her days are probably numbered, and I thought, oh no, did I not let her back in last night? She probably died outside, poor thing. I looked in every room first and she wasn't there. Went outside to the fenced-in backyard, called her name, walked behind every tree and even looked under the deck. No dog. Went over to my daughter's house and after somebody accidentally left the door open and maybe somebody's seen her. No. Went back to my house, looked again, no dog. Took a shower, came back to the living room, and there she was. It started a year ago, and at first it was maybe once a month. Now it's like 2 to 3 times a month. Husband still works nights, and when he leaves, he'll pet her and say, bye, puppy, see you in the morning. And then I say, maybe. Remember, he doesn't want to believe in anything paranormal. And he's on his way out, and he can't find the dog. Same search routine. This time I actually locked the half-bath door and went to bed. When I woke up, there she is. We jokingly said maybe she's checking out the other side before she dies. So baffled. Where's she going? Is anything like this happening to other people? My close family knows about it, but never really talks about it, because they know what this sounds like, but man, I know what I see, and it's so strange. Story. I have a lot more. My entire family is sensitive and things happen all the time. But they're mostly nice. I have a quick, creepy one, though. Shorten it if you'd like, just want to explain it correctly. This takes place in Germany, where I was born, and where I was raised. My grandmother died when I was 5, and up until then, I was her most loved person. She went as far as following people to my crib, and if anybody touched the crib, she would immediately wipe it clean. She was very elegant and not very warm, except with me. When I was at daycare, she knew when I would play outside, and she would buy ice cream and crawl on hands and knees in her very expensive clothing through the bushes to her hiding spot. Let me lick the ice cream. After she passed, my mom told me that I'd sit by an open window at night, looking up to the sky, telling her how many day was, telling her how my day was. Fast forward to me being 22, dating my now ex-husband. He was an American Army man, and very nice while he was stationed in Berlin. On a rainy day, he would keep his boots in the basement, so my parents' house stayed clean. One day, we were looking through a family photo album, and he pointed at my grandma and said, "I saw her." "Where?" "On top of the stairs. I was at the bottom putting my boots on." Not thinking it's weird because, again, we are all pretty much a sensitive family. Me saying, "How cool. She was the nicest person in the world." Him saying, "Not to me. She stood on the top of the stairs and stared at me, and I could feel how much she hated me." I smiled, but she just stared, and it was bone-chilling cold, full of hate, and then disappeared. And to finish, I moved to the United States with him. After about a year, he changed and became abusive in every way imaginable. He was from a very wealthy family, so he knew to put the bruises where they would be hidden by clothing, so I left him. Prick. Way later, my mom recalled him telling us a story about my hateful grandmother, and she said that my grandmother probably knew his heart and what was in store for him. Maybe give him a warning, and she didn't speak, but according to him, she hated him. And I get it, now I hate him too. My encounters with her are warm and friendly to this day. Am I dealing with the poltergeist in my home? Well, ever since I was a kid, I always felt like my house was different from others. There's something I didn't feel anywhere else there. But back then, I just thought it was a kid's imagination. The real events only started happening in 2021. It all began when on certain nights I'd wake up to strange noises in the kitchen or my dog flinging his ears around. Footsteps and glasses clinking. At first, I thought it was just a family member. But the problem was that everyone else was asleep. By morning, the kitchen looked completely normal, like nothing ever happened. Seemed like I was the only one hearing those sounds. Over time, they happened less often, with weeks in between, so I just ignored it. But from here on, it became impossible to pretend nothing was happening. One night, which had actually been pretty calm, I was lying down to sleep and worth noting that there was a big wooden shelf behind my bed. Seconds after I laid down, a heavy iron cylinder that sat on top shelf fell by itself, nearly hit me in the head. And keep in mind, it was far from the edge, so it was basically impossible for it to just fall. Really hard to sleep after that. The next day, it became normal for personal items to disappear for days, then show up in random places. I've always been very organized, keeping my stuff in the same place, but they'd vanish and reappear in spots we'd already checked. Eventually, this started happening less and less until it stopped completely. That is until 2023. Around the middle of the year, the noises came back, and this time, I wasn't the only one noticing them. My dad started paying more attention too. One night around 12:10 a.m. or later, I don't really remember exactly, I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water because I couldn't sleep. There, I saw a plastic bag moving in a strange way. It was moving from the inside out, like there was a head inside breathing. I stared at it, trying to figure out what was going on, and I checked if there was anything inside the bag. There was nothing. Freaked out, I went back to bed and didn't get up again. A few days later, my dad started coming to the breakfast table angry, saying he kept finding freshly used cigarettes in the backyard. With note, no one in our house smokes. So since he was hearing the noises too, he installed security cameras all around the backyard to catch whoever was doing it. It didn't take long before something else showed up. This time, it was a knife. We checked the security footage and found nothing. No movement, no people, nothing. A knife that wasn't even ours had just appeared in the yard. We asked our neighbors, and it didn't belong to any of them either. So we threw it out. Seemed to solve things for a while. No more stuff in the yard, no more weird noises in the house. Till 2025. This year, things got worse. Just last month, my dad was working on his boat trailer. It was an afternoon, and everyone was outside in the backyard. My dad walked away to grab a tool, and the trailer suddenly lifted up by itself. The front end floated for a few seconds and then crashed down, making such a loud noise that even the neighbors heard it. My parents were shaken, but tried to look for logical explanations instead of jumping to supernatural ones. That same night, I was using my computer when it suddenly started speaking by itself. The voice had no emotion, but didn't sound robotic either. Couldn't understand what it was saying, and I checked all the tabs and no videos open, checked the settings, and nothing was turned on. Thought it was funny and messaged a friend on Discord about it. That's when the computer spoke again, and this time I called one word: light. That was the only word I could understand. Turned off the PC and ran out of the room. The next morning, checked everything again, nothing had been activated. It was creepy. For a while, I couldn't even face my room properly. Later on, around the 23rd of May, getting ready for bed when my little brother called me to the living room to help put his toys away. After we finished, I took his hand to walk him to his room. As we passed through the kitchen, I saw the light switch flip by itself, turning off the lights. It wasn't a power outage or an electrical problem. I saw the switch move. We were so scared we prayed before going to sleep, and that really got to me. So I started researching everything I could. I read articles and looked into old cases, even talked with some friends, and our conclusion is it might be a poltergeist. The events were truly bizarre, but I still had that little bit of skepticism inside. Call me dumb, but I decided to test whatever was behind it. I placed 3 objects inside 3 separate circles, 2 in my room and 1 behind the living room couch. I asked that if something was there, it should try to communicate by moving an object. The items were a flip-flop, a toy wheel, and an empty plastic cup. I left the house and came back at night. When I got home, I saw that the flip-flop was outside the circle. The cup had been moved in a direction I hadn't placed it in, but the wheel remained untouched. I didn't know if I should tell my parents or try some sort of exorcism on my own. And yeah, I chickened out and kept it all to myself. But in a way, maybe that was the right move, because after that I got a day of peace. No weird stuff happening. Then one night around 11:45, even wrote it down, I was alone in the kitchen. I was talking on the phone about all this. The door that leads to the laundry area was locked for over an hour, with the keychain hanging on the lock. Windows were closed. I got distracted on my phone for a second, and when I looked at the door again, the keychain was swinging violently, as if somebody had just pushed it. I stood there watching it swing, and it was shocking. 15 minutes went by, still moving. While I was standing there in disbelief, I felt this cold creeping into my feet. Just went straight to bed like a coward. Or as the manual says. After that, I tried a similar test again. Same idea with the circles, but this time I used a teddy bear, the same toy wheel, and 3 stacked paint jars. When I came home, nothing had moved. Kind of curious, honestly. Now, this next one happened 13 days ago. Just chilling on my phone in the living room, and I got up to go to bed, and while standing up, I was distracted texting. When I lifted my head, I saw a water bottle on the second couch next to me lift itself, get thrown to the floor. I froze, and even my 10-year-old sister came to see what happened. I told her what I saw, and she got scared. I calmed her down and eventually went to sleep just fine. And now we get to what, for me, was the worst. Experiencing it made me think, maybe it was already too late. It happened exactly 8 days ago. I was brushing my teeth at around 11 p.m. Decided to use the bathroom after finishing. And to speed things up, I started closing the door before locking it. And right before it shut, a force stopped it. I was pushing to close it, and something else was pushing from the other side, like it was trying to open it. It felt like another person's arm on the other side. We stayed in that weird back and forth, pushing against each other until I suddenly just saw it stop. I wasn't applying force anymore. I just held the handle, and I took a moment to gather courage. Finally, I opened the door again. No one was there, just that same toy wheel from before sitting by the door. I left without even doing what I went in there to do. and immediately messaged a friend about what had happened. While I was texting, I felt that weird cold again. It passed after a few minutes. Of course, the events came back, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. The very next day, I'm in the bathroom again, just using the toilet. Nothing weird. When I went to wash my hands, I picked up the soap and scrubbed them, started rinsing. I was daydreaming a bit and looked over at the shower area. There was a pair of shorts hanging on the top, and I thought, damn, imagine if the poltergeist pulled that down. And as I put my hands under the faucet and turned back, I saw the shorts get pulled down and fall right in front of me. And after that, nothing happened until Wednesday. That night, I'm in my room, standing in front of my desk. On it were 2 socks and a little pink plastic chair. I was doing my final scroll through my phone before bed when I heard something fall. I looked down, and the sock and the little chair were on the floor. It scared me enough to go to sleep in the living room instead of staying there. Sleeping was okay, but I could still hear knocking sounds in the kitchen. What seemed to have passed came back again. The next day, early Thursday night. Not sure if it was an electrical issue or the poltergeist again, but around 7:20, I'm in the back area and it's big and has 2 big light bulbs. The one closest to the kitchen door had a slight flickering issue, nothing major, but the farthest one started blinking fast and acting up bad. The closer one also started flickering, but more subtly. Well, I stayed there anyway, and the lights eventually went back to normal on their own. The farther one just fixed itself out of nowhere. Hours later, 10:23, I was pretending to sleep so I could sneak my phone, confession, and while faking it, my mom came out of the bathroom, and seconds later the bathroom lights started flickering like crazy too. Kept going for like 2 minutes and then stopped. And for some context, my dad said that he'd wait for her in the bedroom, but when my mom left the bathroom and went to their room, the door was locked. My dad was already sleeping. Not wanting to wake him, she decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. And in the morning, she told us that during the night she felt a weight on her chest, something pressing down and stopping her from speaking, though she could still move. I suggested it was sleep paralysis, but she said that it happened before she fell asleep. So while she was still awake on the couch, that feeling came and messed with her breathing, like it was choking her. She prayed in her head and it eventually stopped. She just stayed there and fell asleep afterwards. Anyway, those are the things that have happened in my house. I'm hoping somebody out there might give me advice on what to do. Could it really be a poltergeist? Proof of the afterlife. From June 2022 to February 2023, I was homeless after moving to Florida. I spent a lot of time in motels, staying with strangers, and then a couple of months switching between friends and my grandparents. I did spend part of November on the streets, and those 8 months were the hardest of my entire life. I feel ya. In mid-August 2022, I was days away from ending up on the streets. I was out of money for the motel I was in. Didn't even have enough money to really apply for an apartment or speak correctly, let alone pay a deposit. And being in an electric wheelchair with 2 emotional support cats, I was petrified. That sounds brutal. I was sitting on the bed just sobbing, and sometimes I mentally talked to my mom who passed away in 2016, kind of like praying. Didn't know if she could hear me or not, but it's always kind of made me feel less alone. And that day, I asked her for help. If she could hear me, please help me. I didn't know what to do. I have a friend who lives back in Washington. I met through Facebook years ago, and she's single-handedly one of the 2 most incredibly talented mediums I've ever come across. We don't talk very often. In fact, I think the time I had last spoken with her was in May of that year, when she came to my apartment a couple of hours from where she lives and came to pick up some things I was giving away before moving cross-country. Before that, it had been quite a while. Less than 5 minutes after I asked my mom for help, my phone rang. My phone almost never rings. unless it's a bill collector. My family and friends never call me. My family never contacts me, well, voluntarily, and my friends use Facebook Messenger. I looked at my phone, and it was my friend back in Washington. I answered, since she rarely calls. Must have been important. This is how it went. Your mom told me to help you. That singular sentence has absolutely solidified my belief in the afterlife. How could she have known? I hadn't said anything online. I hadn't told anyone. I literally only asked my mom for help in my own head. And skeptics may say that it's a coincidence, but a friend who's already a medium calling me less than 5 minutes after I asked my mom for help in my own head? That's not a coincidence. And she ended up helping me. We then talked for about an hour, and after I got off the phone, I passed out completely exhausted. And while asleep, I had the most incredible dream. My mom came to me. Never done that in my dreams before. She showed me where she was, and it was hard for me to be able to see, and I wonder if it's because I'm still alive and can't perceive the afterlife properly. She was in a mountainous area, and it kind of reminded me of the Scottish Highlands. She was with her soulmate. Well, when she had been alive, her entire aim in life was to find true love and romance in her soulmate, whatever you want to call it. She yearned for that more than anything. She had never found it. She only found a gay man. Nothing against him for being gay, but my mom was a woman, so... The man who knocked her up and left her. The man that she couldn't open up to, and a murderer, and a small handful of online dates that never turned into anything. In her afterlife, I got the sense that she just was resting between lives, taking the time to enjoy her soulmate and waiting, maybe for me. I remember trying to info dump everything I've gone through since she died, traveling around Europe and traveling around the entire world, moving to Florida. I'd written 2 books, and she told me that we didn't have time for that conversation, but that we would eventually. I asked her at one point if I was going to die. I'd been experiencing this overwhelming sense of death coming closer to me. She told me that I didn't have to. I could, of course, but I could fight it. I asked what my afterlife would be. It would be me mothering every child I'd ever lost in every life. Do you know, as a person who's wanted nothing more than to be a mother my entire life and who's never been able to have a successful pregnancy, how enticing that was? Above everything else, I yearned for my mom and to be a mom. But I fought against that. Life is short. I'll have time for that later. Before this, I didn't believe in soulmates. I didn't know if I truly believed in any particular afterlife. What if there truly was nothing after death? It terrified me. My mom told me that you can choose to have what your soul craves the most for eternity. Or you can have it temporarily, then be reborn. We have a choice. You should see me trying to pick a soda. I guess that would put me in limbo. And I'm not bendy. Red Door, Yellow Door Encounter. As the title suggests, I was playing Red Door, Yellow Door. Must have been 2018. Me and my male friend were playing, and at first I remember that day very visibly. There was black voids everywhere, no hallway, nothing. Fading in, a red door appeared, then a yellow and a brown in the middle. I was told not to go through the brown. I went through the red, the left door, and I saw a hallway, 2 rooms on the right and a stairway on the left, and a room at the end of the hallway next to the stairs. I just fell. In the first room was a rabbit pen. It's in the back left of the room, taking up almost the entire room, leaving a thin gap to sort of get around the front right side. As you turn right upon entering, there were 2 clear plastic boxes, both filled with jewelry. One had a paper note saying, "Do not take." The smaller box on the left and a bigger box on the right saying, "Take only one." A woman said in a very well-spoken voice, "Abide the rules," before walking upstairs. I took 2 from the big box, an Egyptian-themed choker and a bracelet. Took 1 from the small box, an Egyptian-themed Cleopatra necklace, gold and dark blue. I know, it's very specific so far. I didn't go into the second right room, nor upstairs. I went into the final room, which was a party of people, faded pink-designed square tile floors and people dancing and chatting, but I was very small in this room. At best, I was up to their knees. I saw the man in the suit and a red tie and a black blazer. I ran out knowing that he was bad based on the rules of the game. I exited the red door and went through the brown door, interested in doing so. It was the same as the house I was in before, although no room on the right and just yellowish-stained white colors. Went upstairs, turned to 180 around the corner, and it was the same. But the rabbits were all dead. And not many of them. The box was empty with a note written in all caps, "Return it." I, however, did not return the jewelry. I ran downstairs into the patty room to see everyone scowling at me, and the man in the suit yet again. He chased me, and I sat up abruptly. I haven't revisited until recently. Earlier today, I revisited the red door. I did it on my own and went through a tight hallway, similar to that of a hotel. A brown door, a teal door, and a pink door. I went through the brown door. The man in the suit chased me, and I ran into the pink room. I locked it, and he was rattling the handle. Saw the woman who I took the jewelry from, and she was wearing a puffy old themed dress of faded magenta color, and a puffy white underneath it. Apologized profusely and handed back all the jewelry I took. Dead rabbits. What is happening? Time skip, sleeping charm. When I was a kid, I occasionally was sent off to summer camps for socializing and whatnot. In one of those camps, I experienced something really weird. I was around 10 years old, living in a room with 3 other boys my age. Midday, each day we had a quiet hour. Don't know a proper term for this in English. Basically a forced midday nap time. We're all laying in our beds talking and telling jokes, and at some point we got too loud. So one of the ladies overseeing us decided to check on her room. We heard her footsteps in the hall. There's a bug on me. So, we heard her footsteps in the hall, so we immediately shut up and pretend to sleep. Then I remember hearing the door opening and her telling us that we should sleep and not talk, and her leaving the room. All this took no more than a couple dozen seconds at max. After this, I opened my eyes. I prepared to continue the conversation we had before, but instead of everyone opening their eyes, I see everyone asleep. Not pretending with a slight sleep smile, but real asleep. Call out everyone a couple of times because it seemed too weird to me, but all of them were truly asleep. So I was laying there, the only one who's still awake. I also remember that weird feeling of silence and stillness. I don't know how to describe this properly, and I don't remember my exact thoughts at that moment. I just remember the feeling. Eventually, after some minutes of staring at the wall, I fell asleep too. When we were woken up at the end of the nap, I asked everyone in the room about whether they truly fell asleep or were joking. None of them remembered anything. Weirded me out, but being a kid, I just went on switching my attention to something more interesting. Still think about this experience from time to time. Like, I guess it is possible for a kid to fall asleep really fast, but for all 3 of them to go from 100 to 0 in a matter of seconds is really weird. But what about this weird feeling of stillness and silence? And why none of them remembering anything at all? To me, it feels like I skipped time, and when I opened my eyes, it was not a couple of dozen of seconds passing, but minutes, which I didn't really feel at all. Or maybe the time froze. Or a more silly theory of our overseer lady putting a sleeping charm on us. But for some reason, it failed on me. I'm sure I didn't fall asleep and it wasn't a dream, and I'm a really bad sleeper. Even when I was a kid, it took me some time to fall asleep. I was wide awake, and it was weird as fuck. I don't know. Hope no one out there is wide awake right now. Incredible dream. So like the title says, I had a dream. I was part of a group searching for a demon so we could destroy it. We were all dressed in tan cloaks with an ancient language or hieroglyphics written on it. We finally came upon a statue of the demon, spoke an incantation, and the demon emerged from the statue. One by one, the demon destroyed every member of my team until I was the last remaining. The demon attacked me, and I could feel it taking control over my body. And out of nowhere, another entity that looked like an ancient Japanese demon smashed into the side of the demon and screamed, "Vigna Papa Nasaka Rama." Probably just like that, too. I woke up and immediately grabbed my phone. I asked ChatGPT what the phrase meant. It's ancient Sanskrit that translates to Rama, destroyer of obstacle and sin. I don't speak ancient Sanskrit, obviously, and I've never studied it or looked into it at all. I'm convinced that I was visited by an entity in my dream. Over the weeks prior, I'd been studying the occult and esoteric knowledge and ancient religions and human origin stories, UAPs and human consciousness, and other similar topics. I think I stumbled upon something that I spoke into existence, and I think an entity has tried communicating with my subconscious mind. Sounds crazy, but the phrase spoken by the entity in my dream was legitimately ancient Sanskrit, and I can't explain it. Has anybody experienced something similar to this? Let me know in the comments and help me figure out what's going on. I think we're missing part of the story when it comes to spirituality and the human consciousness, and I'd like to pursue that knowledge. I have been able to speak languages I don't know in my dreams. Well, that I didn't pay attention to in class anyway. So maybe somewhere back there I do know. I don't know. Voices and doors. Over the years, I've experienced a few strange things. Nothing terrifying, but more like soft, magical moments I couldn't explain. I was always happy to chalk them up to wonder. But this is the first time I feel like uneasy or maybe even scared. For the last 12 years, I've only lived in apartment buildings. When I moved to Charlotte a few years ago, I followed the same pattern. But after my last lease ended, I felt a sudden overwhelming craving to live in a house. I work in content creation. I love the idea of having a well-lit room for filming educational videos. I found a beautiful house for rent, less expensive than my old apartment. And it's on a nice block with a master bedroom and 2 smaller bedrooms, and a converted garage that had been transformed into a cozy carpeted office with a painted brick fireplace. It was perfect. When I moved in, I was dating somebody who was going through a rough time. He moved in with me, and that lasted about 6 weeks. And after he left, the quiet in the house became loud, and I wasn't used to it. After so many years in apartments where even at 2 a.m. you hear some hum of life, the silence of a house was unnerving. But eventually I adjusted and even began to enjoy it. Until late April. The beautiful backyard was one of the main reasons I rented this house, until it became a non-stop hub for insect populations of Charlotte. I had no idea that renting a home here meant you'd be paying a pest control service twice a month to keep wasps, spiders, and ants and God knows what else at bay. Where I used to go outside for hours turned into a few moments, turned into me not being able to open the backyard door as I'd get at least several moths or ants or mosquitoes and a cricket. This is where the heavy red door with 2 locks becomes important. About 6 weeks ago, a friend of mine came to Charlotte for work. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and immediately reconnected. Within 2 days, we realized how well we clicked. He travels here once a month for 7 to 10 days and usually spends a lot on hotels. And since I had the space, I offered for him to stay with me. No rent, and in return, he helped organize the house and ordered furniture, made the common areas feel like a home. We got along perfectly. He was social company without being overwhelming, and it worked. 3 Fridays ago, the night before he was leaving, we stayed up late talking and laughing in the office and garage. At one point he paused and made a face. When asked what happened, he said he swore he saw somebody walking up the driveway. I explained I'd seen the same thing, that the reflection between the blinds and the angle of the window sometimes shows someone very close to the door, but it's just cars on the road. We checked and no one was there, and he shrugged it off and said it must have just been what I described. Later, we moved to the other side of the house. And here's the layout. When you walk in the front door, you're in the kitchen and dining area, which leads to the backyard. To the right is a small staircase down to a large carpeted office. Past the dining area is the living room, which leads to a short hallway that connects to the 3 bedrooms and bathrooms. He was in his room packing, and I was in the master bedroom watching YouTube. He called out to me, and I came to his room. We ended up chatting for a while and laughing and trading stories when suddenly we both heard it. A calm male voice just randomly started speaking. It's weird because calm was like the word we both used, but the weirdest part was, while we could it clearly, we both knew it was coming from the kitchen and office area. The tone I could best give it was something like a broadcaster reading off the news. My friend said it had sounded like someone in the midst of telling a story. We both recognized it was a pattern of speech and nothing near English. We both reported the eerie disconnectedness of the voice, and the weird way that we could hear it clearly from the bedroom, even though it was clearly on the opposite side of the house. It was as though somebody was having a normal conversation in the kitchen, yet for some reason we could hear it pretty clearly in this bedroom. We stared at each other in shocked mutual silence. Then it stopped as quickly as it started. The hair on both of our arms stood up on end as hair raised. We just continued to look out the hallway in silence. Half laughing, half terrified, we slowly got up and searched the house. All doors were locked, no one there. That strange "we're okay, but we're not alone" kind of fear lingered as we ended up in the living room. The next day he left, and I forgot about it. Well, until last night anyway. He was supposed to return from Miami last night. I tidied up, left him a note, and got ready for bed. As I was brushing my teeth, I heard it again, that same calm male voice, shorter this time, from the kitchen or living room area. Heart racing, I turned off the water and listened, and my laptop was off, my phone was in my hand. I don't have a TV. My neighbors are not loud, and I know what they sound like. Their houses are not really that close. Nothing should have been making that sound. I stood still and slowly checked the house. All lights are on, all doors locked. Nothing out of place. Went to bed, locking my bedroom door for the first time since moving in. And thoughts eventually drifted into the show I was watching, and I fell into a gentle sleep. At 3 a.m., I woke to what sounded like a car idling outside. It could have been my friend arriving or somebody hitting the speed bump near my house. And at 6, I woke up to pee. Still no signs of him. Too tired to care. At 8 a.m., I was lying in bed sleepily scrolling my phone for inevitable work disasters I'll have to fix when I heard a loud crash. Assuming my friend had arrived and maybe dropped something, I went to go greet him. His room was untouched. Still this note on the bed, and the door open and bed made. I walk into the main room. Backyard door is wide open. Not cracked, not ajar, flung all the way open against the far wall. I immediately called him, wondering if maybe he had just arrived and ran to get breakfast or something. Had forgotten to close the back door. He was still in Atlanta, hadn't arrived yet. Checked the door, one lock still engaged, the other one off its screws. There had been no wind, no storm, and this door is heavy and had clearly been locked. Nothing looked out of place, and nothing seemed to have changed. Thank God, with the backyard open. Didn't see too many of the fucking insect brigades come in. The other doors are fine, and still I drove to Home Depot, bought new locks and installed them and tried to move on with my day. And at 6 p.m. I passed out watching TV, woke up about an hour ago. Walking through the house, thinking about work, I suddenly froze for no reason. Just like I was being watched or something was happening, like an overwhelming premonition or something. Then I went away. House was calm, doors locked, lights on. I've had goosebumps for the past hour. Keep checking my phone to see if my friend's close. Can't explain what's happening, so I wrote this down instead just to kill time and keep myself engaged. Where we last left off, we experienced. Here's a list of things. He was absolutely certain that he had seen somebody coming close to knock on the door when we were hanging out in the front living room. I have an absurdly long driveway that's uphill before you even come close to the door. But I said I sometimes see it too, and learned that it was the angle of the window and the blinds were partially open, distorting the shapes of passing cars. Several hours later, we're talking in the bedroom, and all of a sudden we both heard a distinct male voice just starting to speak, even though it was on the opposite side of the house. We could not only hear it clearly speaking at normal volume, but we both intuitively knew it was coming from the kitchen. It spoke 2 or 3 sentences in a very disconnected way and then suddenly stopped. We looked at each other in mutual shock and fear. And what the fuck, we both just said in our head that... Well, thorough search revealed nothing. All windows and doors locked. My friend left, everything was fine, and pretty normal, till the day he texted me to tell me he was on his way back. He stopped in Atlanta for a few hours, and I'm in Charlotte. Be arriving around 2 or 3 a.m. Later that night, as I was brushing my teeth, I heard the voice just start speaking again in the kitchen. I immediately got chills, remembering that weird disconnected quality. Only this time it was a little bit more urgent, and it stopped much faster. For the first time in years, I locked my bedroom door at around 3 or 4 a.m. I woke briefly, hearing a car right outside idling. Assumed it was my friend arriving. Woke up at 6:30 or so and opened my door and saw that his bed hadn't been slept in yet, but his aftershave scent was really strong in the bedroom and hallway, so I assumed he had arrived and just hadn't unpacked yet. Checked around the house and everything looked fine, but his car wasn't in the driveway. I assumed he had gotten breakfast or something and decided to try and get another hour's sleep. I texted him, "Welcome back," asked if he could pick me up some food too. I dozed until around 8:15 or so. I was scrolling my phone, preparing for work that day, and I heard a loud crash. Thinking my friend either knocked something over or dropped something, I went out to greet and help him and saw my backyard door wide open. And this is a heavy, very thick door with 2 locks, designated to close itself firmly, even without locks, because it goes into a beautiful backyard with a very big bug population that goes from spring to early winter. One of the locks was still activated with 2 of the loose screws. I called my friend, now a little nervous and a little bit irritated, thinking he had gone out to the backyard. Didn't close the door before leaving. He finally answered in the last ring, and I could barely hear him. Asked if he was okay and if he was getting food, and he told me that I had just woken him up. Hadn't even left Atlanta yet. I was on edge and nerve-wracked for 2 days until he finally arrived. He usually leaves his dog, a big, beautiful black lab. He leaves it with his mom or his ex when he travels for work. But he asked if he could bring her this time, and I saw no reason why not. She was just as playful and soulful and full of energy as he described. Her name's Beatrice. It's a good dog name. I told him what had happened, and we tried to think through rational explanations. But when we had nothing, we both joked that with Beatrice here, if anything weird happened, we would know. We both felt far more comfortable. Several days after he arrived was his birthday, and he invited someone over. Got him a cake, and we had a little party. His friend fell asleep in his room. Went to bed in mine, and my friend was working late in the living room. At 8, I woke up to greet him. He was on edge and rushed over and finally glad I was awake. When asked what happened, he said while he was working, the screen on the chimney had suddenly fallen over and he could hear 2 vocal sounds coming from the space above. I have a tiny attic. He couldn't describe the sounds. The closest he said it was like 2 distinct voices, kind of deep breathing that are trying to keep calm before screaming out of their minds. It lasted 20 seconds and then it stopped. And he had been on edge ever since. On Thursday night, we went out to the Home Depot for a few things, and said that he'd be meeting with a friend after a while. I had another friend coming into town for the holiday that I hadn't seen in a while, and we agreed that he would come to my house first, arriving in Charlotte to catch up before going to his motel. Both of their ETAs to my house was 1:30 a.m. At 12:55, I'm in my bedroom putting away laundry. Beatrice was napping comfortably on my floor, and we both jumped at the sound of a hard knocking at the front door. Like if a nervous delivery person knocked at one very light tap, like you're not sure if it was even real. And a police officer who's here to arrest you is pounding on your door ready to kick it open. This was at 6:5. Or 6:50 maybe. I rushed over to the front door thinking my friend needed help, and he had his hands full and my other friend had arrived and didn't realize how loud he had sounded. Beatrice bounded ahead of me, doing her warning, "Hey, someone's knocking at the front door, so this is just a short communication bark." But as she got closer to the door, it became far more of a bark, 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 as there were several more disconnected solid knocks. I assumed this meant it was my friend, and she was thrilled to see him. Then she suddenly stopped and turned her head and started whining at the door before looking at me, and I finally got there. I absently just opened the door and said, "I'm coming." And my blood ran cold as I stepped out and saw nothing. There was no one. And I live in a very rural area outside of Charlotte. There are 9 houses on my block, and the addresses skip several numbers between houses because of the spaces between them. The house to my right is empty. The house to my left is a very kind family with 3 kids. And as I mentioned, my driveway is a very long uphill climb. There would be no way for anybody to have knocked and vanished the way this person had, unless... I felt chills and went back inside. Beatrice at this point was doing a more uncomfortable occasional bark, like she was just as confused as I was. At one point we made eye contact and she turned her head to the side, and I was grateful for the momentary laugh as we both clearly just were wondering the same thing, checking in with each other to ensure we weren't fucking crazy. I reasoned the only possible thing was if a person jumped off the side stoop, ran around the side of the garden, and was now in my backyard. I have windows and doors on the side room that connects, and my place and the neighborhood is pretty quiet. Would have sounded very obvious. And additionally, my neighbor to the right has 2 big dogs that bark at literally everything. And they were quiet. So I went to the back area, checked all the windows, turned on the bright outdoor lights, and nothing. Beatrice wagged her tail a little and whined a little, kind of barked once or twice, but everything remained still. My friend arrived about 50 minutes later. I told him what happened, and as I did, we heard a series of fireworks go off that startled Beatrice. We laughed together at realizing it was almost definitely the fireworks. That it may have sounded like knocks from my room, but the staccato claps may have just been distorted. We both felt better, and a half hour later my other friend arrived. That comfort lasted a few years at least. Well, that's lengthy. I went out to greet him. He was parked in the middle of a long driveway. We were shouting hellos to each other as he grabbed his bag from the back and closed his car door. We hugged in the driveway, and as we walked to the house, I heard him click the remote and the car made a meep meep sound to shut everything off. Nice detail. I introduced my friends, and we all headed off, and the 3 of us hung out for most of the night. In the early morning, and then finally around 5:30, my friend said he wanted to go get to his hotel, get some sleep before July 4th festivities started. I had to use the bathroom, so I hugged my friend goodbye, and my roommate friend offered to walk him out. A minute or so later, I heard him calling for me from the front door and telling me to come out as soon as I could. Wondering what had happened, I heard Beatrice bark and heard both of my friends speaking hushed, urgent voices. I stepped outside and I saw it. The first car from my roommate's friend was completely fine as usual, but my friend's car had all 4 doors and trunk wide open. The lights on the car were on, and the console in the middle was wide open with the lid still up. We asked all the stupid obvious questions. Are you sure you locked it? Maybe you accidentally unlocked it. This must have been an attempted robbery, right? But why leave all the 4 doors and the trunk open and the console wide open that contained several 20s and a watch, and a GoPro. My friend noticed I had a Ring doorbell, tried to check the footage, but it doesn't activate unless you're close enough to my front door. And on a busy weekend night, I maybe get 10 cars the entire night on my street. Any attempted robbery would have been so stupid as we had music and lights on, and the car was a few feet away from my house, but much longer to a wide open street without any place to hide. But even still, it couldn't have been a robbery because nothing was taken, despite the console being open to show valuable things were left behind. My friend was so creeped out that he just closed each door and finally the trunk. Tried to make ourselves feel better by joking and asking if his ex-girlfriend knew he was back in town, or to ensure he'd check the back seat to make sure there wasn't a serial killer. Without looking at me, my friend said, "Yeah, I'm guessing that wasn't just the fireworks earlier like I'd hoped." The last event happened earlier this morning. Ended up going to my family's place for a barbecue. Then followed by a night on the town and a few local parties. We were making our way back home as the sun began to rise, and the Uber pulled into the driveway at almost 7. We were both exhausted but goofy and definitely a little tipsy. We both waved and greeted Beatrice from the window of my office. She stood on her paws, wagging and barking excitedly to see us before racing to the front door. Glad she is standing on her paws and nothing else. On the last step, as I pulled out my key to open the door, I heard my friend talking to Beatrice from the glass pane excitedly. Suddenly, I dropped my keys because I was so startled by a loud blast that was exactly like a train horn. My friend didn't notice it, but I saw that Beatrice had. As I stood cursing from being startled and my friend laughing, thinking I just dropped it because I was drunk, and laughing harder when I said, "No, it was that fucking train horn that gave me a heart attack." Making him laugh all harder, saying, "Dude, how drunk are you? What are you talking about?" Stood back up with the keys in hand, and I was slowly piecing together that yes, I do occasionally hear loud horns from trains, but this one had come from inside the house, and sure enough I saw Beatrice was still on her paws. But now her head was turned all the way to the side instead of the door. As we'd opened the door, she greeted my friend briefly, but then ran over to the side of the living room with that occasional "what's going on" bark. Stood in the front of the fireplace. My friend had heard the word blah blah blah. Last sentence, I gotta mess it up, huh? Stood in front of the fireplace. My friend had heard the weird vocal sounds coming from. My friend stopped laughing then. Yes. Yes, in houses there are bugs outside. I guess unlike apartments. Embrace them. Was my imaginary friend a ghost? Lately, I've been wondering if my imaginary friend I had as a kid was actually a ghost or a spirit interaction. When I was a kid, maybe between 4 and 6 years old, I had an imaginary friend named Josephina. We used to play and talk, and I remember her as clear as any other memory from that age range. Even remember her hair. It was long and dark, and she wore it in a braid. Throughout my life, I've had many paranormal type experiences. I guess I'm one of those people that are sensitive to paranormal energies. Recently, I've been remembering Josephina and wondering if she was one of those paranormal experiences. I don't think I had any reason for my brain to create an imaginary friend. I don't know what causes children to create imaginary friends, but I'm not an only child. I have a sister who's only 2 years younger than me, an older brother who I used to babysit by, or rather, who I used to be babysat by. Oh. I had an older brother, and I used to be babysat by my godmother, who lived next door and had 3 children of her own, all of which are around my age. I had other kids to play with and socialize plenty. The main thing that's making me wonder is the last interaction I ever had with Josephina. I still remember it very clearly. The last time I ever saw or spoke to her, she told me that she died because she had climbed a tree, fell off, and then got hit by a car. What kind of a child imagines a conversation like this? And also, based on what she said, that means she was already dead, so then I would have been imagining talking to another dead child for all that time. I may have encountered my dead friend. So I made a throwaway account for this. It's quite a personal story. Won't be using real names or anything, but it's something that I've experienced and want to get your opinion on. I've kind of believed in the paranormal for ages. Not seen any actual proof, but I want to believe it's real. Up until recently, I've not had anything paranormal happen to me in person, but I think that's changed now. Anyway, story time. I had a friend who died just over a year ago. We hung out a lot and became really close. We both experimented a lot with various substances. My other friend and I eventually stopped doing everything, but my friend always wanted more. Long story short, he got into the hard stuff, and you can guess how that went. Obviously, this has really affected me. It took me a long time to get over, and it's a horrible way for somebody you remember as being so funny and quick-witted to go. But anyway, not long after his passing, I started experiencing phenomena that I definitely hadn't had before. Started feeling something touch me randomly. One time that stands out was when I was waiting for the bus just around the corner from where he died. I swear I felt somebody grab my arm forcefully and no one was there. I started seeing him in my dreams too, which I guess is understandable. In one dream I remember speaking with him and he said something about wanting to turn me gay. He was bi. But anyway, one night in bed, I'm just on the border between being asleep and awake, and somehow sense another presence in the room. Opened my eyes, and there was a kind of silvery gray humanoid shape hovering a few inches directly above me in the dark, parallel with my body. As soon as I focused on it, it vanished and didn't come back. It looked exactly like the ghost from that one Doctor Who episode called Army of Ghosts. Featureless, but undeniably humanoid. I tried to refocus my mind, and I see it again, but I haven't seen it since. I think his spirit might have been trying to sleep with me or something. You see now how it's a personal story. Yeah, sorta. Anyway, haven't seen the apparition before or since then. He still shows up in my dreams, and I remember him once saying something along the lines of, "You need to get over me." Occasionally I get the feeling of somebody being stood behind me when I'm alone in my room. Not a scary feeling, just a friend looking over my shoulder to see what I'm doing and then vanishing. One last thing that may be nothing or maybe something. My mother went to a psychic medium show, and at one point they said my name and I wasn't there and said there was a young male presence asking about me. Apparently the presence said that he valued my friendship, but I should live my life and stop grieving him. I know psychics can be fake, so I'm not inclined to believe this completely. But it is mad how they got my name and said basically what my friend had said to me before in a dream. So anyway, that's my story. Wanted to tell it here where I probably won't be laughed at. Like I said, haven't experienced anything you would call paranormal before or since then. The touching and feeling another person with me stopped happening. Notably after I stopped smoking weed. It makes me wonder if the weed was opening my antenna for the paranormal. Maybe my friend was hanging out around because I was high to get some sort of a secondhand buzz. I don't even know if that'd even be a thing. It's just a hypothesis. Really want to believe it's him saying hello from the afterlife, but there's no way to know for sure. Anyway, thanks for reading my story. What do you think? What do you guys think? See ya. Turn down the lights and tune in to the frequency of fear. This is Paranormal M, where every haunted hallway, every whisper in the dark, and every shadow out of place becomes a story waiting to be told. Hit subscribe and step into the realm where reality trembles. My encounter with a demonic entity. Back when I was 13 into 14, I was severely depressed with no sign of getting better. This is around the time of my horrid nightmares as well. I'm not sure what could have pulled something negative in, since I was banned from any occult stuff growing up per my dad. Could have been any number of superstitious things. Answering when somebody called my name, or opening a door because I heard a knock only to find no one there. Or maybe leaving cabinets or closets open. That one was a huge no-no in my house. My dad claimed it opened a doorway for spirits to come through, which I fully believe, because if somebody accidentally would leave something open, we'd all get nightmares or have trouble sleeping in general. Not me side-eyeing my closet without a door right now. I don't have any issues with it now, thankfully. I started noticing weird things, sounds that no one else heard, figures following me around. I then started to notice that my depression was getting worse, for seemingly little to no reason. Nothing significant had happened, so why was I feeling worse? Then I started hearing unnerving sounds, knives or silverware clinking. It may be a bit cliche, but it sounded like a knife sharpening. A few nights later, I had a run-in with the demonic entity. I felt uneasy the past few days. Definitely not like myself. Everyone was in bed at this point. It was probably 1 a.m. I was laying in bed trying to sleep. I've always struggled to fall asleep. And all of a sudden, I heard a sharp, "Hey!" come from my doorway. I didn't look. I didn't want to give it more power. It didn't like that. Well, I tried to ignore it and go to sleep. But then I heard animalistic growling. I finally looked over, and that was a mistake. I saw a shadow standing in my doorway, staring daggers into me. The creepiest shit I've ever seen. I closed my eyes and I told it to go away, but it didn't. It had started to come into my room, as I'd come to find very soon. I tried to get up, but I found I was paralyzed. It was like my brain was disconnected from my body, and it was horrifying. I started reciting some kind of statement. I can't fully remember what it was, but it was something that told the entity to go away, and that it holds no power, or something like that. Hell, it may have just been those exact words. I heard that growling again, and it was closer. When I opened my eyes, I saw its face a foot away from mine. I would have screamed had I been able to, but thankfully something else happened. As I stared at it, its face began to tear apart like a burnt film, and it disappeared. And at the time, I wasn't sure what it really did it, but I was extremely thankful. Though I have a good idea now what got rid of that demon. So, what happened? The demon disappeared just as suddenly as it showed itself to me. I never saw it again, thankfully. The next morning, I explained what happened to my mom, and she dismissed that it was any kind of negative entity. She said it was probably just a relative stopping in and didn't recognize them, so it spooked me. She was a person who had crosses and angels all over, and she believed our relatives wouldn't allow evil in. Still thinks this way, but a bit more receptive. I told my dad the story a while later, and while he didn't acknowledge that it was an evil entity, he didn't say it was good either. He said he'd walk the spirits out more often to get rid of anything bugging me. Though, now I think about it, part of me has to wonder if he believed it was the clown entity, and didn't want to acknowledge it to give it power. Clown. So, what is my theory for what happened to it? I think my guardian angel got rid of it, because directly after this incident, she began hanging around very often. Her existence is a special story in and of itself, and I'll share it soon. I know she wasn't an evil entity, and here's why. After she began to appear and got rid of the demonic entity, my mood improved tenfold. The night I heard the knives, I was so depressed I began to make a plan. With the entity gone and my guardian angel around, I began to feel better in my health and my mental state and everything. Still shows up periodically, often when something big's gonna happen, or when I'm feeling really down. But that's my story. Really curious to see your guys' thoughts on this one. And like I said, I fully believe it was a demon. I just wish I knew who'd pulled it in to begin with. Send that angel my way, would you? My brother met my grandpa, despite him being dead. Our parents told my brother and I this story a few times growing up. My brother, now in his early 30s, didn't remember this encounter, but our parents sure did. When my brother was very young, he had the ability to see spirits, so much so that he'd get overwhelmed and our parents would have to ask the spirits visiting to leave for a while. They believed it was just family, maybe long since departed. Well, that's what they thought at first. His ability didn't just pertain to seeing spirits in our apartment, but also out in public. I remember being in the car with her parents one day, and her dad drove over some train tracks and stopped at a stop sign. This is where my brother's name, well, let's name him, Bart. This is where Bart used to want to get out and play with the kids. I was confused by this, and our dad further explained that apparently my brother would see kids playing by the train tracks, despite there being no one there, and our mom confirmed the story. The tracks were next to a cemetery, and they theorized that's why he saw them in that specific spot. One day when my brother was very little, I think 3-ish, came into the living room where our parents were sat on the couch, laid on his back on the floor and put his legs up in the air. And he asked them to swing me around like Pawpaw does. And our parents were confused, which was honestly pretty fair, and asked what he meant, and he told them that Pawpaw would pick him up by his legs and swing him around. I don't remember what her dad said his reaction to it was, but her mom was dumbfounded. They got the idea to pull out some old pictures, asked him which one he recognized. They hadn't told him who any of these people were yet, figuring he was too young to really retain it. My brother actually recognized a few people, but he enthusiastically pointed to a picture of our dad's dad and said Pawpaw. My brother had been playing with her grandpa while our parents weren't around. I remember them saying that they weren't frightened, but felt a warm, happy feeling that even though he was gone, he was still got to meet him at least. Eventually, as my brother got older, he stopped seeing spirits, but he does still feel their presence and can recognize a few people's energy. To this day, I'll be talking to my brother, and once in a while he'll pause and smile and say, "Dad's here visiting." I used to have horrible nightmares. A clown was the cause. Back when I was 13, I began having these horrible nightmares. They were vivid, and anytime I'd try to control them, it wouldn't work. Sometimes I even felt the pain inflicted by those nightmares. They would normally include the typical things like family dying or being chased by a serial killer or something. Honestly, can't remember most of the details of them today, but I remember them being graphic and vivid, like I thought it was real. My dad was very deeply rooted in the paranormal. He used to do this thing with my brother and I when we were little, where he'd walk the house. It's where he'd close his eyes and lead the spirits out by walking through the house in his mind. And oddly enough, when he'd do this, things would calm down, and I fully believe he was really guiding the spirits out for reasons you're about to read. Or hear. So, when I told him I was having bad nightmares, he began to walk the house again, and sure enough, my nightmares would go away for a while. But they'd come back maybe 2 weeks later. Every time they came back, I'd just ask my dad to walk the house, and the nightmares would stop. A bit of context is needed for this next part. I used to love clowns as a kid. I thought they were cute. But at a certain point, I think at 12, I started to think that they were creepy. I had no explanation. Just looking at clowns made me uneasy. Never told anybody about this, and it's very important. My dad and I were having voice problems, and talking about something that one day, while he was grilling, had been a while since I had nightmares by this point. He looked at me and asked, "Has the clown come back yet?" And I was confused. What clown? He then proceeded to explain what he found every time he walked the house. He said in my room was the 7-foot, heavy-set, grotesque-looking clown that often stood by my bed. He explained that most spirits he let out would just leave without him having to take them, but the clown had to be forcibly removed. He said he had to throw it out in segments. When I tell you I lost basically all the color and my hair, all standing on end. There is absolutely no way he could have known I didn't like clowns. I was a closed-off teen. Only thing he knew I was scared of was spiders. When I explained to him I felt like I was being watched at times, and my newfound fear of clowns, he nodded and said, "Well, makes sense." "Sir, what do you mean there's a demonic clown in my room?" Anyway, nightmares did come back again after this, and he did remove the clown from my room several dozen more times. It's not until we moved that I finally got rid of it. At least I think I did. My dad passed away before we moved, so I have no idea if that clown entity followed me. I sincerely hope not. Me too. This happened after I watched the Eliza Lam video. Still not sure what I saw. This happened in India when I was 13. I still think about it way too often. Back then, I was obsessed with true crime. BuzzFeed Unsolved had just released their episode of Eliza Lam case. You know, the one where she's caught acting strange in a hotel elevator before being found in a water tank. Creepy stuff. I watched it and got spooked, and later that night, I went up to the terrace with my neighbor, like we did almost every night to stargaze. It was a no-moon night, what we call Amavasya in India. The sky was pitch black. Our moms, being a little superstitious, told us not to go out. In Indian culture, Amavasya is considered inauspicious, a night where bad energy is believed to be stronger. Of course, being 13 and overconfident, we ignored them. From our building's terrace, if I laid down at the right angle, I could see the rooftop of girls' hostel across the street. On their terrace, there was a large water tank with one of those metal ladders fixed to the side. We were lying there chatting and counting stars when I noticed something. A woman, a black silhouette, slowly climbing the ladder up the tank. The sky was so dark that she stood out clearly. She reached the top and opened the lid. I blinked, unsure if I was seeing things. I whispered to my neighbor, "Do you see that?" She said, "Yeah," but told me to just lie down and keep watching, like she didn't want to freak out just yet. But I couldn't. Something about it didn't feel right. My chest got tight and I sat up. The woman turned her head and looked directly at me. We just stared at each other, maybe 5 seconds, maybe 10, I don't know. But I knew she saw me. Her head had moved, her body stayed still. It was like she wasn't even surprised I was watching. I panicked, I jumped up and screamed and ran downstairs. My neighbor followed me. Never saw her come down. No noise from the hostel. No news the next day. No mention from anyone. Just nothing. To this day, I don't know who or what we saw, but every time I think of Eliza Lam, I remember that night, that water tank, and the woman who just stood there staring back. No disrespect to Eliza Lam, her case always made me sad. Heard that it's finally solved, and I'm glad she can finally rest in peace. My brother was alone, but a woman's voice said yes in his voice message. No idea how. I'm not trying to sound dramatic, but this is something that really happened, and it still creeps us all out. I'm posting this because I honestly want to know if anybody has ever experienced anything like it. My older brother was 17 at the time. One night he was walking to his friend's place. Nothing unusual, just a quiet street near our house. It was really late and the whole area was empty. He swears there was no one around, not even a soul. And while walking, he sent his friend a voice message. Just a quick one like, "Hey, I'm coming, are you home?" And that was it. A few minutes later, he gets to his friend's house and his friend opens the door and immediately goes, "Where's the girl?" My brother's like, "What girl? I'm alone." Then his friend says, "No, seriously, I heard a girl in your voice message." They play the message again, and that's when they both hear it. Clear as day in the background, a woman's voice, low and whispery, almost raspy, and she says, "Yes." I've heard this story 100 times. My brother still swears he was completely alone when he recorded it. Not just I didn't see anyone. He was 100% alone. The area was dead silent. They both stood there frozen, like, how do you even react to that? We tried coming up with explanations and maybe interference or maybe some glitch or audio bug, whatever. But the voice is just too clear, too real. It wasn't some background noise or distortion, it was right there. And if anybody here has any idea what this could be, seriously, anything at all, I'd love to hear it. Paranormal or not, we've never figured it out. It's been stuck in our heads for years now. Is it possible for a haunted house to cause nightmares and sleep paralysis / paranormal experience provided? To start off, I lived in my family home for 23 years. I had what I believe to be multiple paranormal experiences, as well as my other family members. Going upstairs and feeling like you're behind and being chased, and don't even get me started on going to the basement. My parents were once down there together many years ago, and they swear on everything they saw. They saw a black mist go underneath the stairs. My experiences were mostly hearing banging when home alone, or just constantly feeling watched, having to run into your room at night and slam the door closed. My two actual ghost or demonic sightings are what I vividly remember, although there could be more from my childhood I can't remember. The first one I can remember is a dark hand that looked dead and had a claw-like nail come out of my closet door, glide up and down the opening. And my second, which I believe was my brother who had just passed a few days prior, walking in the hallway at night. I'll never forget this. He was all black and you couldn't make out too much, but it did have his figure, sort of. He peeked his head into my brother's room and I obviously was scared and I thought it was my dad, although two body shapes weren't similar at all. Anyway, I started calling for my dad and my mom opened her door. Once the light came out of there, he was gone. So besides that long backstory to preface that I believe almost 100% the house was haunted, I want to ask if it's common to have nightmares or sleep paralysis in haunted homes. When I was living there, I constantly had dreams that seemed pretty gruesome, usually had some sort of paranormal aspect, and also had dreams with the devil in it, which was very scary at the time, especially considering I'm not religious by any means, or like to believe in heaven or hell. I had pretty bad sleep paralysis most times. I could look around my room like most do, but not move, although every time it felt like somebody was watching me waiting to attack. There was one I remember specifically, where there was some sort of demon kneeling over me and held a pillow to my face when I was able to move and fully wake up. I assume I was gasping for air. Truly terrifying. Now, since moving out, I very rarely have nightmares. Never once have I had sleep paralysis since being out. My spiritual journey and exploring the paranormal for anyone interested. I've been interested in spiritual things for my entire adult life. I was raised religious, very religious. My parents were also very abusive, so religion was just another tool they used for their abuse. So, religion was not a good thing for me as a kid. I remember as a kid being fascinated with the supernatural. My mother told me that most psychics were fake, but some psychics were real and their power came from Satan. I thought that was cool, not because I liked Satan, but because I loved the idea of somebody having an actual spiritual experience. You weren't allowed to rely on experience in my religious upbringing. My religious upbringing told me that you had to accept things that sounded completely illogical and without evidence. And this was a good thing. If you think about it, if somebody accepts that promise when they can believe in anything, even in evil, and call it good or godly, Harry Potter, banned. Anytime a cartoon or kid show mentioned the word psychic or wizard, it was equivalent to them speaking a swear word. I rejected my parents' religious beliefs when I was 13. I thought logic was the reason, well, at that time at least, and maybe it was, but also it just didn't serve me in any way, practically or emotionally, to believe in religion. So it was a good thing that I rejected it. I don't know why, but when I was 17, I got curious about psychics again. I looked up people's experiences, and I saw people describe having had readings, and some people described seeing psychics who were eerily accurate, and other people described seeing psychics who were hilariously wrong. One person left a comment that changed my life. They said that they had read a book by a psychic. Don't even remember if the comment was positive or negative. I assume positive. But what do I remember is like the psychic had a very unusual first name, a name I'd never heard of before. A lot of people accuse her name of being fake, but it's not. I looked up her yearbook photos on the internet. Sorry, call me a stalker if you have to. In fact, I won't share the name because if you Google the woman's first name plus psychic, you'll find out who she is. I watched an interview of hers, and the things that she was saying sounded strange, but at the same time, there was a level of resonance that I felt that seemed to be very sincere, unlike some other people claiming to be psychic. She talked about ghosts and said that the difference between a ghost and a spirit is that a ghost is the soul of somebody who has passed away, but chooses to remain on Earth and not cross over, and a spirit has crossed on but may return to Earth to visit. Shortly after devouring this information, I'm walking at a park, wondering about all these supernatural concepts, and a woman called her daughter's name, and her daughter had the exact same name as the psychic. I asked the mom to confirm it, just to make sure I wasn't hearing things, and I heard her right. That happened back in April 2013, and I've had an interesting update in February 2025. I was on a video chatting website and met somebody from the same state as the psychic. Then to start a conversation and to be humorous, I said, "My favorite psychic is from there." To my surprise, he said the first and last name of the psychic's brother, who was also a professional psychic. Turns out he used to date the psychic's niece. Now let's go back to 10 years ago. 2015, I'm using the Ouija board with somebody and I'm not sure if it's going to work, but I trust the person not to deliberately move the Ouija board. I thought that if we were to connect with a ghost, it would be similar to what the psychic described, something that may be negative but not powerful, so I wasn't scared. The board moved, but it moved so slowly that I wasn't getting any answers. However, the person who I was with claimed to receive from the spirit that she said that it was wise and very good. Well, I was perplexed, but I listened. She said that the spirit was telling us to read everything that we could get our hands on. After looking into psychic abilities, I looked into the law of attraction. Everyone wants to believe that magic is real, and the law of attraction essentially claims that it is. One particular woman I studied is named Esther Hicks, a woman claiming to channel a collective consciousness named Abraham. Abraham would completely reject the psychic's teachings, and according to Abraham Hicks, there are no bad spirits. Once you pass on, you leave behind all negativity. You become one with God. So the notion of a ghost lingering in fear is pretty much preposterous. And in fact, you are God. There's no old or new souls. We're all one soul, manifested in countless bodies. And I'll be honest, I don't like that idea. I prefer the notion that we're all unique and individual. However, Abraham Hicks certainly has things that are valuable. In 2022, I'm watching an interview with Esther Hicks' husband, and he said he used the Ouija board and that the Ouija board told him to read the exact same message that the other woman said to receive. What do you mean by that? So, there you go. Some extreme coincidences that seem to be an indication of spiritual truth from two extremely contradictory spiritual teachers. I don't know what the truth is, and I'm still on my journey. Just wanted to share it with you all. I don't mind the idea of us all being one thing, but I see what you mean. Whisper in my ear. Hello, everybody. I'd like to share an encounter I had in Ecuador, the city of Cuenca, to be exact. My mom, my sister, and I always stay at my aunt's house. My aunt's house, they have 3 daughters. But anyways, this one night at midnight, I believe, scrolling through my phone and everyone is sleeping, so I decide to go to the bathroom, wash my face. Everybody's door is closed. For example, my aunt and my uncle are sleeping in their bedroom and their room is closed, and my cousin is sleeping with their daughter. Her room is also closed. My other cousin is sleeping in her room and her door is closed. I turn on the light and I start putting water on my face. Just water to rinse my face. Then, as I'm applying water to my face for the second time, about 5 to 10 inches away from my ear, I hear my name in a whispery tone. Not too low of a volume. I'd like to say the voice did a medium loud type of whisper. The voice was of a little girl. She said my name in Spanish. Not even 1 second after I heard it, I looked up at the mirror, looked to my left because I left the door open, immediately peeked my head outside of the bathroom, and I look around. Nobody was there, and immediately shut the light and ran to the room, which had me and my mom and my sister. They were sleeping. That had 2 beds. I could not tell you how confused I was, because I obviously heard stories of encounters. Never thought I'd experience one. Really crazy to me, and still kind of is. Still can't explain what that voice was. You guys might say it was your cousin's daughter, but again, the doors were closed. Pretty old house, and the doors creak when opened. Plus, it was 1 second after I heard my name that I started looking to see if anybody was around me. No footsteps or someone running away. Nothing and just darkness. Sally. This all took place in the early 80s. It's when I couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 at the most. It's when my great aunt and uncle moved to the home in a suburb on the outskirts of Atlanta. When they moved in, the place was like my great uncle had to take photographs throughout the home. Or, I guess, rather, when they moved into the place, my great uncle had taken photographs throughout the home. It was his provenance for insurance purposes. When they had them developed, there was one photo in particular that became infamous within our family. Because of that, I'm certain it still exists somewhere within the ranks of my extended family. And I promise, if I'm able to locate it, I'll post it here. The pictures in question was of a bathroom door in the basement. Had one of those full-length mirrors fixed to the exterior side. Pretty common back then. In the photo, you could see my great-uncle's reflection cast more toward the rear of the room. But in front of him, standing just back by the mirror itself, was a clear but semi-transparent reflection of a lady in a dress. It's as if she were admiring herself in it. This was not an orb or one of those blurry photos where you think you may see a vague outline of a face or a body part. This was vivid enough to clearly see every detail, but still see my great-uncle's reflection. like through her, as if he was behind her. It's the best way I can describe it, but my words can hardly do it justice. But I have personally seen the photo myself several times, etched quite clearly into my memory. In the photo, you could tell that she was quite pretty, almost strikingly so, but she definitely had a quite somber and forlorn look into her face. She was very fair in complexion and wearing a beautiful white or light-colored dress that was quite obviously from a much older time period. In her hand, she held a lit candlestick on a holder, one of those very old sort that was basically like a saucer with a finger hole, not unlike what you might see like on a teacup, especially an older one. She had a dark gray or black cat kind of thing curled around her back. It was perched on her shoulder, and long flowing dark hair. My great uncle is certain that he was alone in the house as he snapped the entire series of these insurance photos. Neither he or my great aunt had any idea of who this woman could be or how she ended up just in these otherwise mundane series of photos, especially since he was adamant that he'd never seen her at the time, at least the time he had taken them. The photo alone was enough to send a chill up your spine. It was obvious that something out of the ordinary was captured in it, so my great uncle and aunt just decided that they were going to name her Sally. Before long, this curiosity was being talked about amongst the entire family. They were all eager to view it themselves at any time they came to visit. I did get to see it at the time, even though they tried their best to keep Sally hush-hush amongst us children, so as not to frighten us, but to no avail. And I know my family had occasions a few times to stay overnight with them during that period. And of course, I couldn't resist begging to see it again each time. My best first-hand accounts have sadly passed away, as many family members have long since passed on. The photo was definitely not the only incident of high strangeness that occurred in that house, but I do distinctly remember an incident involving my grandmother. My great-uncle ended up having a stroke. He needed some substantial rehabilitation and care afterwards as a result. My grandmother ended up moving in with them for a while to help out my great-aunt with her burdens. My grandmother was a very strong Southern woman, lived through the Great Depression and never the type to spin yarns. It's important this is understood because, she had an encounter one day that really shook her. The laundry room was also located in the basement that the photo was taken in. She had gone down to do some laundry when suddenly all of the coat hangers began to fervently sway back and forth, causing a great commotion. Then what she described as an icy cold wind ran right through her. She also went to lengths to keep these incidents under wraps, to keep from frightening the kids, and actually first sort of learned of it when I overheard my mother-in-law talking about it. I was well into my 20s by then. But when I asked my grandmother about it directly, I could see the absolute sincerity in her eyes and all over her face. There were many more testimonies about incidents in that house, and the basement was old and poorly lit, and there were always candles placed in the darker spots to augment the lighting. It was quite common for family members to come across them burning when nobody had been down there at all to light them, or vice versa, being extinguished when they were pretty much in use, despite the fact that there was zero air circulation down there. The basement also happened to be the makeshift spare bedroom for us kids when we stayed. My first cousin swears he saw in the same mirror one night when he got up to go to the bathroom, and directly afterwards the candles behind him were snuffed out. I'll be honest, I was always too chicken to sleep down there. As soon as I stopped hearing the grown-up voices and sounds of them stirring upstairs dissipated, I snuck upstairs and watched HBO on the couch until daybreak, nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I think I caught a fleeting glimpse of Sally once. I had to bite the bullet and make a mad dash to the bathroom in the wee hours one morning. Not in the door mirror, but the one inside the bathroom on the medicine cabinet. I swore I saw something quickly shuffling away behind me. I was charging toward the facilities, but I prefer to remember it was just me gaslighting myself. The last time I asked about the whereabouts of the notorious photo, well, I wasn't sure who ended up with it because most of our immediate family members have passed away now. But we're pretty sure it still abides somewhere amongst the family, as if it has become something of an heirloom. If I'm successful in tracking it down, I'll be sure and make another post to share it. I'm editing to add that I spoke to my cousin this morning, not long after I posted this. It was on my mind, and this happened nearly 40 years ago. And what he said kind of blew my mind. He said that his overnight stay was not long after mine, but I'd already told him about my stay there. He's a few years older than me, so he was 10 or 11 at the time, and he basically immediately upon arriving said he heard that they had some sort of a picture of a ghost, and they initially tried to tell them no because of how bad my stay there freaked me out. But he persisted until they eventually caved. He swore up and down he was older and could handle it. He was determined to stay the whole night downstairs, to show me up and prove how badass he was. Said he was fine until the darkness fell. Started getting creeped out, so he made up his mind that he wasn't going to sleep, but instead stayed up all night watching the small television in the basement bedroom. But evidently, that one wasn't hooked up to cable, so just received the 3 broadcast channels available back then. His plan was working well, and he'd toughed it out down there until 3 in the morning, when back then all the networks broadcasted the national anthem and then signed off abruptly, leaving only a snowy screen, like the infamous screen from Poltergeist, and a staticky white noise. So at that point, he decided he was just going to turn off the volume and basically use the TV as a nightlight, try to get some sleep. I must admit I admire his prepubescent resolve at this point. He was determined to have bragging rights, and survive the night down there. He got up, cranked the volume down. He was getting settled back into bed, but as he was attempting to pull the covers up over his head, he realized there was some resistance at the foot of the bed. As he looked down to figure out what was causing it, he realized something unseen was sitting at the foot of the bed, preventing him from pulling them up. The TV cast enough light for him to even see the butt-cheek indentations, y'all. He bolted and hollered, but wasn't getting any response. He says he could still hear my granddad's thunderous snoring, so he decided to seek refuge in the bathroom, since it was the closest and had a lock on the door. And here's the part that kind of blew my mind. We didn't see Sally in the exterior mirror of the door. He made it inside home free. But as he looked in the mirror on the medicine cabinet, he saw her reflection clearly glide right by behind him. And that's the exact same mirror I'd sworn I'd caught a glimpse of her gliding past during, that visit. I hadn't told him about it because I'd convinced myself that I'd imagined it. And now, needless to say, I'm not nearly so sure. The incidents with Sally were apparently commonplace enough that the residents had come to expect them. And this rung true when my grandparents moved in several months to help care for my great-uncle after a stroke. My cousin relayed to me that the laundry room incident with her granny wasn't a one-off sort of a thing. She had told him several occasions when she went down there that coat hangers on the rack would sway noisily back and forth on a couple of times. But she felt an icy cat tail brush across her legs, so she presumed Sally's phantom cat was still hanging around too. Most all of this was mortifying to my 8-year-old self. Sally never did anything to harm anyone or act malevolently. I think she just wanted to be acknowledged, really. Anyhow, I have another sleuth on the team now to help me track the fate of the photo. My cousin's going to start reaching out to try to track it down as well. We're also going to track down the address of that old house. See if we can dig up a little bit of history or backstory. Maybe determine if Sally's real identity is something that we might want to know about. Creepy dollhouse story, which I still think to this day. This happened when I was about 10 years old with my best friend. Let's call him S. We were just riding our bikes around the neighborhood, like any normal day. It's when S told me to come check out his house on the street that he called the Creepy Dollhouse. He said no one lived there, and the reason it had that name was because on the second floor on the side of the house, There was a window, and in it you could see two creepy dolls looking down from the window. We were scared as hell, but also joking around about it. We even played ding-dong ditch at the house a few times and messed around. And about a week later, came back to that same house, but this time there was a creepy clown mask placed in front of the front window, right next to the door. Hadn't been there before, and we were freaked out and ran straight home. Eventually we got curious, decided to investigate. Asked one of the neighbors about the house, and she told us that it had been bought by the bank and no one lived there. So how the hell did that clown mask end up in the window? Still creeps me out when I think about it. Now the house has been bought and the family lives there, but I'll always remember that weird feeling. Las Vegas Horseshoe Casino. I happened to be in Vegas in March of 2025, so while I was reading the posts about people's experiences, this is what was going on with us. Let me be clear, nothing officially happened with my wife and I. We didn't see anything or feel anything, but I did think this was strange. We were staying at the Horseshoe Casino, which is the old Bally's, which is the old MGM. It's where the 1980s fire happened that killed 87 people. What I've read online says people feel things and see things move more on the 23rd floor. We were not on the 23rd floor. We were on floor 17. The only thing that did happen, which was strange, but it could happen anywhere, is my wife was doing her makeup in the morning in the bathroom. The bathroom had 2 light switches, and all of a sudden one of the sets of lights just went off. But the switch was still on. She turned the switch off and then the switch back on, and the lights came back on. Could have been because of the steam in the bathroom, because it's a little bit of an older hotel, but I think the floor lighting up inside the elevator is more strange. And this is what happened to us. We're getting ready to go to bed, and we walk into the hallway. That's where the elevators are. We're only the 2 people just standing there, and we press up. As the door opens, another couple walks into the elevator with us. As I press her floor, which is 17, I notice 19 is already lit up. I've never gotten in an elevator that came to the ground floor going up, and there was already a previous floor pressed. The couple pressed their floor above us, and I didn't see what floor they pressed. But just as it's about to reach her floor, other floors start lining up inside the elevator, like someone's pressing buttons inside the elevator for it to stop on. My wife noticed this, and, well, she said a total of 5 floors were lit up, 17 being us and 19 already lit up when we got on. Whatever floor the couple was going to, in either 21, 22, 22, or 23, 2 22s. This all happened just as it was coming to floor 17, which was our floor. They say floor 23 is the most haunted floor from that fire in 1980. The next night, it happened again, and this time we were watching very closely. We get in the elevator, and it's just us and another gentleman. We all enter at the same time, and there's no floors lit when we get in, and press 17, he presses 16. And all of a sudden, 23 lights up. Just as we got to floor 16, he tells us that basically have a nice night, and he exits, and the door closes, and floor 21 lights up. I snap a quick picture of the buttons, and unfortunately can't really post pictures on this page, or I would have posted them. The floors lighting up only lit up at nighttime. Other times, you're just riding the elevator during the day, and it never would happen. I think I heard a ghost at my friend's house last night. Last night after I got off work, I hung out with one of my friends who I'm going to call Murray for the sake of this post. We were at his place, and at one point I used the bathroom. While in there, I heard what sounded like a woman's voice coming from the other side of the wall. It sounded like she spoke at least 3 or 4 sentences, yet the words were completely garbled or incomprehensible. Murray does have roommates. One of them is female, but His roommates were out of town for the night. So I was sure Murray and I were the only ones in the house. I was a little confused, but thought maybe Murray just got a phone call or turned on the radio. When I got out of the bathroom, I asked him about it, and he said that he had heard the voice too, but thought it was me. Started going through every logical possibility I could think of and asking him. No, he didn't make a phone call. No, he didn't turn on the radio or the TV. And yes, he was sure that his roommates were still out of town. His house is one of those middle-of-nowhere ones, without any neighbors. They'd be miles away. So overhearing neighbors or passerbyers, well, that really wasn't a possibility. Murray outright said that he thinks his place is haunted, and that I heard a ghost, and the more I think about it, the more I agree. Ghost in apartment. Me and my husband got an apartment, an older apartment complex. We didn't notice anything weird at first. There were a few things that started happening, but just to me. I was pregnant at the time with my oldest. I felt stuff brush against me a lot. I also felt something multiple times that felt like somebody was tracing my tattoos with a finger. I had a fridge door slam shut, not just glide shut, slam shut. We would hear something in the kitchen all night, pots and pans being moved, and I don't know what, but we'd lay in bed and hear it. Our cats would also hiss and growl at nothing and refuse to go into the kitchen. We didn't feel threatened, no bad vibes, and it seemed like a child playing. We got into our mailbox, a lot of papers that showed stuff from CPS and whatnot. So we thought a kid might have been abused, but we didn't open the letters because it's illegal and all that. The landlord said that they abused their kid and one was jailed for it. That's all we could find out. When my son was born, he would stare at the kitchen. Then he would wave and say hi, standing in front of the baby gate that kept him out of the kitchen. He would laugh and giggle a lot. One day, I'm taking a nap with him, and I woke up and I checked on him. He was at the gate, and I could swear I saw a child with him, likely a 4 or 5-year-old. I grabbed my son, but he was happy and like it was nothing. The stuff continued, and like I said, I never felt it was negative, really. We didn't have scared feelings most of the time. When I saw the kid, I did start to feel scared, though. Then the energy shifted. I don't know what triggered it, but I started feeling scared all the time. I felt watched, and I heard weird noises from the baby monitor in my son's room. So he started sleeping in his pack in our playroom. Or rather, pack and play in our room. I couldn't sleep because of constantly feeling watched, and I'd go to bed before my husband so I wouldn't have to be up alone. I felt scared at home. I felt very sinister. My son started screaming every time he went in the hall. The hall went directly into my room, so if somebody was going to watch me, it would have been, like, in that hall. And after a while of this, we couldn't afford to move at the time, and we had my son's room flood. They took so long to fix it that there was mold, so finally borrowed money for his safety. After we moved, I never felt like I did then, and didn't lose sleep or anything. Never felt anything like it. The mold, I will say, could have maybe messed with our heads. They had installed our air conditioner backwards, so it would often flood the carpet in the hall. Never fixed it, just temporary stuff. Tell me about it. My husband was always sick and didn't think about that till later. So maybe it was the mold causing it, or maybe it was some sort of imprint from the child before he moved there, who was abused. Maybe it was a real child ghost or a regular ghost that wanted to seem childlike. I have no idea. I honestly don't know. The skeptical side of me says the mold. The side of me that, well, remembers the feelings and the things I saw makes me feel like it was something. We thought maybe it was more active toward me when I was pregnant, which was another reason I thought maybe a child who could maybe see that I was a mother. Someone else lives here. When I moved into this rental on a cloudy, wet autumn day, I was quick to notice how uninviting the place was. The house had a mischievous scowl, almost as if it were taunting me. On the first day, as I moved in and quickly inspected the rooms to remind myself of the layout, I caught a glimpse of someone in a room I had just brushed past. A chill ran down my spine as I retraced my steps and glanced again. No one. That night, after unpacking boxes, I had a quick dinner and drank some wine. Dozed off, and at around 3 a.m. I woke with the distinct feeling that someone was standing beside me. There was no one, and across the wall facing the door, my eyes strained in the dark, trying to make out the shadow of something or someone. Couldn't tell if it was moving or if my mind was playing tricks. Eventually, I grew tired of staring and drifted back to sleep. A few weeks passed without incident. Autumn had clearly surrendered to winter, and outside the branches were bare and clawing at the window like skeletal fingers. One night while cooking, I opened the drawer to grab a spoon, and to my muted shock, noticed one was missing. Tried to convince myself I'd miscounted, but then I checked the bowls. One of them was missing too. Shock gave way to a pounding heart. There is someone else in this house. I tried to steady myself to reason it away, and I continued cooking, nervously ate my dinner, and eventually fell asleep. Again at 3 a.m. I was awakened, this time by noises in the kitchen. Gathered my courage to investigate, and I tiptoed across the hallway and saw a faint light spilling out. And there he was. A man, a hooded man, dressed in ragged clothes, his head buried deep in the fridge, eating. I froze and stepped back into the shadows, and he looked familiar. I couldn't say why. Over the next few weeks, it happened again and again. I began to lose my mind. Who was this presence? Sometimes I felt him watching me through the ventilation ducts, waiting for me to sleep so he could climb down and feed. Groceries disappeared within days. I began missing work, and slowly a heavy depression took hold. Stopped answering calls from my mother. One afternoon, she showed up pretty much unannounced. She walked through the front door and found me lying on the bed unwashed, surrounded by food. Food eaten and half-eaten, strewn across the dresser. And as I stirred from sleep, she looked around and remarked, "You've relapsed into your eating disorder again, haven't you?" The time I summoned a demonic nun at 14. For some backstory, my mom and her sister grew up across the field from two boys. We live in a small city in Montana, so they grew up playing with chickens and swimming in the river. My mom went on to have my little sister, Nancy, and me, Fiona. And one of the boys had twins, Jordan and Brian. The twins' grandparents still live across the field from my grandpa, so we grew up with each other, spending hours and hours together outside in the fields or down by the river when they come for a visit each summer. Now, I've always had a spooky soul, so when I saw a Ouija board at a local oddity shop, my wheels started turning. And at the time, I was probably 14 or 15. My sister was maybe 11-ish. And for reference, the twins are my age. Being broke high schoolers, we decided not to purchase the Ouija board, but to, well, make it our own. We returned to their grandparents' house, immediately fetched some cardstock, markers, and a little bit of Scotch tape. And before our silly teenage brains could process the weight of what we were doing, the board was made. We justified making it with the following sentiment. They say not to do it in your own house, but none of us technically lived in their grandparents' house, so it should be fine, right? Got some salt from upstairs to make a salt ring, which is something we painstakingly laid out on a towel, so we didn't get any in the basement carpet. None of us are very religious, I'd say spiritual at most. So we Googled a protection prayer, and Jordan read it aloud. And just like that, the four of us put a finger on our DIY planchette and we were off. I honestly don't remember much about what happened in the basement aside from talking to a few people. The first two of which identified themselves with initials instead of full names, and a woman whose name I can't seem to recall. They were nice enough, I guess, but all three of them warned about some sort of darker energy on the premise. Like I said, I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I remember we heard a noise and got a little bit scared. We decided that we were done doing it in the basement after that. And being the silly young couple we were, we got a bit freaked out, decided to pause for a little bit. We always made sure to say goodbye, but we were really creeped out by this darker entity. The way the other spirit talked about it made it seem almost like it was controlling them or had them trapped. Took a break, but something about the board kept calling us back. Later we went into the backyard. It was a beautiful sunny day, but we were shrouded by the shadow cast by the house. Against my little sister's better judgment, which honestly we should have listened to, we got the board back out, and before we knew it, we had contacted something. She said her name was Susan, and eventually we found out that she was a nun. We asked where she'd come from, and she said Sydney. We weren't sure if this meant Sydney, Australia, but then Brian chimed in and said, "Wait, there's a town in Montana called Sydney." We asked if that was what she meant, and she confirmed. This is where things take a turn. We asked her if she's the evil spirit that the other spirits had mentioned. Regretfully, she was. We started to get scared. My sister wanted nothing but to be done, but my strong-headed friends and I kept pushing it further and further. We started asking about her life, and I think we asked how she passed away, all of which you're not supposed to do. Eventually, one of us asked where she'd worked or something related to that. She spelled out a bunch of random letters. Confused, we tried again, same thing. Weird string of letters that looked a little bit too much like real words to dismiss. So at this point, we're freaked out and ready to be done. We said goodbye immediately and flipped the Ouija board over, too frightened to even look at the thing. While it was still fresh in my mind, I quickly opened the browser on the old Samsung my dad had given me at the start of the pandemic. I typed in the letters and hit send, and my skin erupted into goosebumps. Somehow, in a way that defies logic, the letters turned about, well, it was the name of this church in Norway. Remember how she had said she was a nun? Well, how would any of us 3 high school freshmen in like a 6th grader know the name of a Norwegian church? It's possible that my friends were pranking us, but I've never seen them look so scared, and I've known them since I was 3 years old. So my friends and I are done by this point. Little sister as white as a ghost. We say goodbye and forbid anything from following us. Promptly burn the Ouija board. We didn't know that you weren't supposed to do this until afterwards, but I digress. It's been 5 years since then, and thankfully nothing seems to have followed us. But that day taught me a lesson that I'll never forget. You never know what you're dealing with. Who knows what's on the other side of the veil? And who knows who or what is trying to get into our side? And one more thing. It could have just been a scam call, but I recently got a phone call from an unknown number from Sydney, Montana. Normally I don't answer spam calls unless it's like something in a Russian accent to mess with them. But for some reason I answered this one and there's nothing on the other line. The spirit in her Roderdam apartment. In 2010, my girlfriend and I moved into a rental apartment in Roderdam. At the time, I was a hardcore skeptic. Ghosts, spirits, and the paranormal. Nonsense. Or so I thought. The apartment had a strange attic filled with forgotten belongings left by previous tenants. We put the washing machine up there and used the nearby room as our bedroom, and another attic room we used for ironing. From the moment we moved in, my girlfriend said she felt something dark in the house. At night, she'd wake up and see a shadow male figure standing at the foot of her bed. I shrugged it off, probably just dreams, I told her. Then things escalated. friend of hers visited one day. She had no idea what my girlfriend had been experiencing. But out of nowhere, she said, "There's a man in this house, something dark." And that's when I started paying attention. One afternoon, my girlfriend was napping on the couch. Suddenly, she got up and began walking toward the attic. I followed, calling her name. She didn't respond. Her eyes were open, but it was like she was sleepwalking. Then she suddenly came and looked horrified. She told me she'd been dreaming of the same house, but back in the 60s or 70s, and in the dream, there were broken wine glasses on the floor, spilled drinks, and a woman screaming. She heard two angry male voices upstairs, and felt somebody was being attacked. She was about to go find out when I woke her. It was chilling for both of us, and for a while the weirdness stayed mostly with her. But everything changed when we began preparing to move out. One evening, I'm lying in the bed in the attic bedroom, and I heard somebody walking up the stairs. The light in the hall switched on. I assumed it was my girlfriend coming to say hi. I waited, but no one came, and the sound stopped. Curious, I got up and opened the door. No one was there. Went downstairs. My girlfriend was sitting calmly in the living room. "Why didn't you come say hi?" I asked. She looked confused and said, "I didn't go upstairs. I thought you did." That moment hit me like a punch. Felt my entire body go cold, and for the first time I was truly afraid. She was so unsettled that she left to sleep at her mother's. I stayed, and I refused to be chased out of my own place. That night, around 1 a.m., I was jolted awake by a knock. Not just any knock. It came from inside the wall right next to my head. I had lived there nearly 3 years. I knew every sound that house made, and this was new and terrifying. I froze and I wanted to get up, but I couldn't move. Just pulled the blanket over my head and lay there. I was questioning everything I believed. What does this thing want from me? How is this even possible? From that night on, it only got worse. I began losing things, keys and personal items, only to have them reappear days later in plain sight. It was maddening. The presence wasn't just there anymore. It was interacting with us. We reached out to a psychic for help, but then we were already sleeping elsewhere. She told us to return the house and, with calm and kindness, guide the spirit toward the light. "No fear, no hate," she said. "Just tell them that you can't help and needs to move on." We did as she instructed. That night, sitting in the attic, we gently spoke her words. And then 3 thunderous bangs slammed into the attic door. It was violent, aggressive, and terrifying. We bolted from the house, and I swear something followed us in the car for a short while. When we told the psychic, she simply said, "It's not going anywhere. Don't return at night." And soon after we moved out, and from the moment we stopped sleeping there, the activity stopped. I went in a skeptic and left knowing that something else exists, something real, something powerful. It doesn't care whether you believe in it or not. You've entered a place where truth hides behind nightmares, and the past refuses to stay buried. Here at Paranormal M, we don't chase ghosts. They find us. Subscribe now and let the unexplained become unforgettable. The Family Ghost. So, my family keeps seeing the same ghost, like generationally. I, a 17-year-old female, have always been curious about the supernatural. I watch all the ghost shows and stuff. I've asked my family if they've ever seen anything that they think is paranormal for pretty much my whole life. While I'd say I'm a believer, I'm always looking for ways to debunk something. The thing that really pushed me to believe, though, was the stories I've been told by my family, especially considering the fact that there's one story my dad, who's a 46-year-old male, absolutely refuses to even tell me. Let's start. For context, I'm an American. My grandparents and my dad lived in England for a large portion of my childhood, or rather his. And what I always say is everything in England is haunted because everything there is old as shit. The the story that convinces me the most is what happened to my grandparents. When my grandparents were in their 20s, they visited England many times. That's because they had family there. On one of these trips, they stayed at an old bed and breakfast in London. On one of their nights staying there, my granny would wake up randomly in the middle of the night. It said that she smelt very strong soap. Not thinking anything of it, she would just go back to sleep until she woke up later. And this time, she saw a woman in old, 1800s style clothing, standing in the middle of the room before she walked away. She would obviously freak out and wake up my grandpa, and they'd both hear the bathroom sink turn on. Their response to this was just to turn off all the lights or turn on all the lights and just go back to sleep. I mean, what else would you do? The next morning, they went down to the desk, hesitantly asked if there was any paranormal activity in that bed and breakfast. The desk attendant would respond yes, and after my grandparents shared their story, the lady would say what they saw had been seen around the bed and breakfast, but would usually stay on the floor above them. Later in life, my grandparents would be staying in their old home. It's after had both my dad and my uncle. This is where our little family ghost starts. On multiple occasions, they saw a little girl that just kind of lingered, and that's it. She would linger around and not do anything, but she terrified my grandparents. It was constant feelings of being watched and just pure unease. Fast forward to my dad's adulthood. He and his best friend were roommates for the beginning of his 20s. His BSF would be the first to see her. The little girl would walk around their old apartment. The BSF would hear the footsteps. What is a BSF? They would feel the unease, and on only a few occasions she would see the girl. My only told me one time that he saw the little girl, and it was in broad daylight. He said he was in the room in the middle of the day just cleaning when he saw the girl around the corner of his door. He'd gotten used to the feeling of being watched, but this was the first time he actually saw what was watching him. Needless to say, he was fucking scared. His response was freeze. Closed his eyes and turned around. When he looked again, she was gone. He had to leave the apartment because he couldn't bear being in there. Now I know these sound pretty mild, but it genuinely terrifies me. Terrifies me because my grandparents don't believe in ghosts. They're very devout Christians, and both me and my father were raised in that devout Christianity. Asked my grandparents what they thought it was. Considering their faith, they said that they don't believe that people can come back from the dead in any way, shape, or form. They believe what they saw were demons. Well, they believe all ghosts are actually demons, just trying to trick people. And again, I know it could sound not that scary, but this terrifies me. Having my grandparents admit to seeing something that they absolutely would not believe in and hearing them tell me that they do believe. Not to mention, knowing that my dad has a ghost story that he refuses to tell me because it scared him so damn much. I'm honestly scared that one day I'm going to see this little girl. I've had the feeling of being watched before, and I'm telling you all right now, if I see this girl, I'm shitting bricks. It's terrifying to know that this also affected somebody that was so close with my dad. I don't need this in my life, and I'm already stressed enough. Honestly, extremely willing to take some advice on how to manage this all. I'd love to hear anyone else's experiences and how they may have managed it. Invisible Ghost Cat. It started when I had my house built 5 years ago. I sleep with an eye mask on. Right after I lay my head on the pillow and pull my mask down, I would feel what I can only describe as a cat jumping on the bed and walking toward me. I'd feel tiny pressure changes in the mattress of it walking. happened infrequently, and maybe a couple of times a month. My cat went missing 2 months ago today, and I'm absolutely devastated and still cry about her every single day. She was more than a cat to me. She was my only source of stability and truly my best friend. I have no idea how she got outside, and she's never been outside by herself before. I'm almost positive the ghost cat visits increased when she went missing. Now it's every single night and intensifying. I'm not sure if it's the same thing, but twice recently it's felt like something has grabbed me in my sleep. I wake up startled and I can feel on my body where it happened. The first time was my leg, second time was my back. Didn't seem like a cat and felt more like a human. And last night the jumping on the bed and walking on me sensation was very intense, and it pounced on my eye mask. I ruled out every natural cause I can think of, like sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations. It happens too soon after I pull my mask down. Never had a ghost experience before, and it's starting to actually freak me out now. I saw a doppelganger of my friend while he was in the same room. To be completely honest, I've never used Reddit, nor do I really know much about the paranormal. But this experience has been so batshit insane, I desperately need some kind of clarity. Nothing describing this specific experience is coming up when I'm looking into it. So I caved and downloaded Reddit in hopes that somebody can explain my experience, or has at least had a similar one. I, a 19-year-old male, just moved into a new flat today. It's been quite disastrous. Flat wasn't cleared or cleaned, and there was a problem with the lease. My belongings now aren't coming till tomorrow, and spent the day majorly stressed and upset. Called a friend of mine, a 20-year-old male, to complain, and he was nice enough to go out of his way to visit, so that way we could kind of get food, and so I wouldn't be alone on my first night, as my flatmate now was moving in for another week. The nerves and uncertainty of a new place put us both a bit on edge. The place was furnished but predominantly empty, given my stuff isn't here yet. So it was a tad spooky. Because of this, when it was time for us to go to bed, we decided to just sleep in my bed together. Around 3:30 a.m., I woke up to see my friend stood by the open wardrobe. He was clutching his arms around himself as if he was cold. It was dark, but I could clearly make out the figure. It wasn't a shadow or silhouette, it was a full, defined person, and it was definitely him. He was wearing the pajamas he went to bed in. I could make out the Scooby-Doo logo on the back of his shirt. Ironic, I know. I could also see his face and could tell that his head was turned to look at me despite his body facing away. We had joked earlier in the day about a stained and smelly duvet the previous tenants had left behind, and about how we may have to use it for warmth as a last resort. All I had with me, given my missing belongings, was a throw blanket. Given the duvet was dirty and it was sat in front of the wardrobe, I assumed he had enough of the chilly room and just woken up to grab it. I laughed and said something like, "Take it you caved to the cold." He said nothing and just kept looking at me. So I made another joke, assuming he didn't hear me properly. He did the same thing and just stared. So I called his name, and when I got no response verbally or physically, I called it repeatedly, gradually getting louder and more frightened. I was then met with a response, not from the figure by the wardrobe, but from my friend who was still lying beside me in bed, annoyed that I woke him up. I was too busy looking at the wardrobe to notice my friend still in bed right next to me. Looked between both of them and the figure staring at me and my friend who was still in bed looking at me too, except with a hoodie on over his Scooby-Doo shirt. And I started freaking out and shook my friend, trying to get him to look at the wardrobe. But as I was looking at the figure, it just started to fade away. My friend turned on the light but saw nothing. And in speaking to my friend, I've learned it might not even be a spirit attached to the flat, but rather one attached to him. Apparently, he's seen similar apparitions since he was a child, usually differing in appearance, sometimes taking the form of family and friends, but always staring and always stood somewhere in the room late at night. The apparition seems to follow him wherever he goes, not tied to any sort of building, but rather to him. He says he knows it's not sleep paralysis because he can always move when he sees it. He says this spirit has also appeared to family and friends before, when he shares a bed with them, the same way it appeared to me. So I suppose that could be it. I'm not sure. I'm a bit concerned given it's my first night. And it might be a haunted flat. My friend also says that the attached ghost has never taken the form of him before. Seems to be concerning him a bit. I've heard that doppelgangers like that are an omen for bad luck. It doesn't surprise me given my horrific luck as of late. So now I'm really confused and quite startled because what? I don't really know what it was I saw, to be honest. But I know I do not want to stay here alone. Had a look at a few similar posts in the subreddit, and I saw that sometimes entities like to feed off stress and fear, and I shouldn't really panic when I see them, so don't give them power. But I think to do that I need to understand it a bit more, so any advice is very much appreciated. Demon in Sister Bedroom. This experience occurred when I was 10. I was at my parents' house in around 2012. I'd gone to bed that night feeling very uneasy, as if something was watching me. And to note, I've had no other paranormal experiences beside this. I've never suffered from any hallucinations, so this experience is no trick of my mind. Anyway, throughout the night I was completely unable to fall asleep. Whatever this feeling was, it was persistent. Eventually, my bladder forced me to go to the bathroom, though I was extremely uncomfortable with leaving the safety of my room. To understand the story, I must tell you that my hallway is positioned in such a way so that when I go between the bathroom and my room, I can see directly down into my sister's old bedroom, and she moved to university. The door to my sister's bedroom was always left half open, was always dark. Anyway, I rushed to the bathroom and done my business. Washed my hands. Yet, as I walked across the hall, I felt compelled to look into my sister's room. And I'll never forget what I saw. Standing in the dark of my sister's room was a great dark figure, that long horns as of a ram, yet longer. Its body was that of a man, yet its legs, I think, were goat-like. It possessed the head of a ram and was probably 7 feet tall, shrouded in darkness. And the worst thing was its hands, black with long fingers and fingernails. One of these massive hands was slowly waving at me, as if taunting me. Its black eyes met mine. For a few grueling seconds I stood there in shock. This was no kind of trick, as I felt such an evil, unholy presence emanating from it. I don't know how, but I knew this thing had come from the pits of hell, and also I felt that it was here solely for me, and for my soul. And after those few seconds, I rushed back in my room and stood watch for the remainder of the night. Never had anything like this happen to me, and I'm kind of grateful. I believe the only reason that foul spirit didn't follow me was due to the Vatican cross upon my bedroom door. Manicures for the Departed. This story is about a manicure technician named Pi. They run a 24-hour service, so having customers come in late at night is nothing unusual for her. She had one particular regular customer who consistently booked appointments for around 2 or 3 a.m. Pi would always accept these late-night bookings, but whenever this customer arrived, she'd be in a heavily drunken sort of a state. She'd come straight from drinking out, get her nails done, but would often fall asleep head on the table. And what's worse was her sleeping habit. When she sleeps, her entire body would jolt here and there, making it difficult for Pi to work. Manicure that should have taken 2 hours often stretched to 4. Eventually, Pi decided she couldn't accept bookings from this customer anymore. But then she realized her children's school was starting soon, bringing new expenses to her. So when this regular customer booked another appointment, Pi reluctantly accepted, scheduling it for an upcoming Friday. However, on the day of the booking, the customer never showed up. Pi didn't bother calling, as it was sort of her agreed policy that any missed appointment later than 15 minutes was considered canceled. The very next day, somebody sent Pi a message, asking if that customer had booked an appointment with her. Pi replied yes, and the person asked if Pi offered off-site services. She confirmed that she did. Pi felt a pang of panic, wondering if the customer was in some sort of debt or trouble. The person then asked if Pi was available tonight, offering to pay extra if she would come to a specific destination. Pi usually only accepted off-site services during the day for safety reasons, so they agreed another time. A location was sent to Pi, a temple. A temple. Pi was instantly confused, like why a temple? Trying to be optimistic, she tried to calm herself, thinking perhaps the location was merely near the temple. But then curiosity got the better of her. She asked the person why a temple had been named as the destination. The person casually replied, "Oh yes, the temple is the right place. When you arrive, please walk to hall number 5. Then came the truly chilling question, and can you do nails for a dead person? Pi initially thought the person was mocking her. In the past, a psycho had messaged her online with not safe for work requests, so she assumed that this was just another sick joke. She messaged back, clarifying, "Do you mean like a real person who passed away?" And the person confirmed yes. It turned out that the dead body was none other than her regular customer, the one who missed her appointment just the night before. Pi was utterly shocked. The person she was chatting with was the regular customer's friend, who explained that on her way to Pi's shop the other night, the customer had gotten into an accident and died. Her friends had tried to stop her from going, knowing she was very drunk, but the customer had insisted, saying, "Just let me go or else I won't die with my eyes closed." This is a Thai saying used to express extreme determination, a refusal to die upset if a wish isn't fulfilled. What was truly strange was that the customer literally died with her eyes closed, or rather without them. Her eyes simply wouldn't shut. After hearing the shocking news, Pi immediately declined the offer to do the nails on site, and instead she offered to send some press-on nails. Pi said that she would do the usual designs that the regular customer liked without charge. The friend agreed, and Pi promptly created and sent 3 sets of nails. Pi recalls that when she finished the press-ons, it was around 1 a.m., and still feeling incredibly anxious, she decided to record a video, releasing all of her pent-up emotions into it and posted it on an online group of nail techs. She was asking others to share similar experiences if they had any. Pi couldn't shake the feeling that she was somehow the cause of the incident. If only she hadn't accepted that last-minute booking, maybe the customer would still be alive. She began to cry as she recounted this part of her story. The clip she posted went viral, and soon Pi was contracted by the customer's mom. Pi asked if the mom wanted the clip deleted. The mom said no, explaining that it served as an important lesson for society. Pi then asked the mom if the nails had been put on, and the mom said that she would put them on during the day of the incineration. The customer had passed away on a Saturday. According to Thai beliefs, bodies should not be incinerated on Tuesdays. Their family also felt Wednesday's energy was too strong, so the day of incineration was set for Thursday. Before sending the nails off, Pi recorded another short clip, speaking directly to the deceased. "I give you these nails. I don't want any money, and all of these are for you. No need to come back and thank me. Please don't come in my dreams nor send me any signals," because she's easily scared. After the funeral was officially done, Pi talked to the deceased friend and learned about a few additional ceremonies that took place, such as having the deceased boyfriend's platform like a karma-cutting ceremony to officially sever spiritual ties, intended to help the spirit find peace. Also, during the actual cremation, the deceased's eyes had still not closed, even with the nails now on. By nature, the friends knew that the deceased was somebody who absolutely hated wasting money. They recalled the incident where she once came late to an appointment, costing her the deposit booking fee. So this time around, her friend showed the undertakers the clip of pie saying that she was giving all the nails and the money back. And strangely, after the clip was played, the deceased's eyes finally closed, and the undertaker was able to successfully proceed with the cremation. Later that week, when Pie was out with her friend, till around 2 a.m., she got back to her shop, and as she entered, she heard a cold cry nearby. It wasn't a sad weeping sound, but a soft, long series of eerie whispers near her door. She turned around, panicked, thinking she might have done something to anger the deceased. But then she clearly heard the words, "Thank you," floating in the air. So yeah, I guess the spirit really loved beauty, or maybe because before her death she was on her way to get a manicure when the accident happened. The very last moment of consciousness was about getting her nails done. So she wanted to complete it before finally passing over, maybe. I've only heard about people doing makeup for the dead, but nails, this one's a first. I will agree with you, and... well, I was going to say something else, but I should save that. Shadow Encounter. I often wonder why children are the ones who seem to possess the sight to see ghosts. Because I too had a ghostly encounter when I was younger. Fortunately, that sensitivity has since faded. I must have been about 10 years old when my family and I went to do a major cleanup at my mom's house. It was due to be rented out soon, and it had been vacant for quite some time. It's a pretty old house, probably around 10 years. Before we even began, my aunt, who was also there to help, started throwing handfuls of rock salt all over the house. My mom sternly told me to stay quiet, but my curious mouth itched. Couldn't help but ask loudly, "What is Auntie throwing?" My mom just glared at me, maintaining her silence, and that was enough to shut me up. Our family is of Chinese descent, and we're a pretty superstitious bunch. My aunt continued her ritual, scattering salt from the first floor, in the living room, in the kitchen, and the storeroom, then moving upstairs to each of the bedrooms, even the bathrooms and the balcony. Guess who was designated to clean up all that salt? Me, the only free labor available. So, broom in hand, I started sweeping up the salt. I worked my way up from the first floor, and as I reached the middle of the stairs connecting to the second floor, I felt something watching me. When I turned, I saw it. A tall, shadowy figure stood at the doorway of the middle bedroom. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms, master on the left, another on the right, and the one I saw was in the middle one. The curiosity got the better of me. I decided to walk up to the second floor. I'm still puzzled as to why I decided to go up, and why did I walk straight into that bedroom? Perhaps it was bravery, but more likely it was just stupidity. When I stepped into the room, I found nothing, just a space filled with stagnant air and thick enough with dust to make anyone sneeze. The windows were tightly shut, offering no ventilation whatsoever. There was only a double-decker bed, and dust particles danced lazily in the air, illuminated by the afternoon sun streaming through the window. Then I decided to leave, but the moment I turned around, a loud bang hammered throughout my ears. Shocked, I saw the door shut itself with force. Mind you, there was no wind, and nobody else lived in this house, and I was completely alone on that floor. At that moment, my heart pounded so heavily it felt like it would burst from my chest. Most people might instinctively open the door and run, but I wasn't in the right state of mind to even think. I just froze, standing like a statue for a good few minutes. Then slowly I reached out to open the door, but I couldn't open the damn door. Trapped, I started to panic, shaking the knob crazily. And this might sound funny in hindsight, but the reason I couldn't open it was probably because I was pushing it in the wrong direction. I was supposed to pull the freaking door. But that doesn't explain why the heavy old wooden door slammed shut on its own in the absence of any wind. Once I finally managed to open it, I leapt down the stairs in what felt like 3 hops, rushing straight to my room, and luckily I didn't pee myself or anything. But I was so scared. Never told my family, and those who rented the house after the incident were fine. To this day, I still don't know what I saw there. Maybe it was real, or perhaps it was just a child's overactive imagination. But luckily, as I grew older, I rarely ever encountered any strange entities. Soul food. So, Ko was a food delivery driver in Thailand, typically doing his rounds during the day. He also had a side hustle in the evening, but unfortunately he wasn't doing well. To better support his family, he decided to start doing food deliveries at night and offered a more stable income. Since he had no experience with night deliveries, Ko decided to ask some experienced riders for advice. An older rider named Pa Sak told him that there was nothing much to worry about for night deliveries, except for one specific order that usually came in around 8 or 9 p.m. This particular order was always for a house at the very end of the 18th Street. Pa Sak emphasized that this order would come with additional unusual instructions through the delivery chat, and that Ko must follow them accordingly without question. Ko was also strictly advised that if he ever got that order, he shouldn't go there alone. At that moment he felt the sense of fear, but Pa Sak ended with a lighter tone, assuring him that the tip for this order was incredibly good. After receiving this chilling advice, Ko continued working his day and night shifts. And then one particular night, right around 8 p.m., Ko finally received the specific order Pa Sak had warned about him, the 18th Street order. He had to deliver fish porridge to that place, and remembering the stern warning, he immediately called his friend to come along with him. As he neared the destination, Ko passed a large Chinese cemetery, and then entered what seemed like a secluded gated area. As he got closer, he saw a single isolated house, and suddenly his phone rang. He heard a ding, and an unusual message appeared in his delivery chat, giving him specific instructions. 1. Hang the porridge bag in the front gate. 2. Take one incense stick found near the gate and light it. 3. Stick the lit incense stick into the food bag. Now let me explain this for better context. So in Thailand, people light incense sticks when they pray, symbolizing a connection to those that they're praying to. The number of sticks varies depending on who they're praying to, like 3, 5, or 9 for different deities. However, a single incense stick is commonly used to pray to the dead, such as a deceased loved one or a wandering spirit. The message truly scared the crap out of Ko, but he still did as told, and wanting to quickly complete the order and get the hell out of there, just as he was about to stick the incense stick into the porridge, he suddenly saw his friend panic and quickly ride away with him, saying without a word of warning, "Hey, wait!" Ko exclaimed he was shocked. He quickly jabbed the stick into the food and ran after his friend, who was about to leave him alone in the dark. As he caught up to his friend, before he could even ask what was wrong, Ko briefly glanced back at the house, and in that fleeting moment he saw this really wrinkly elderly hand reach out from the dark gate and grab the bag of porridge and disappear. Terrified, he instinctively kicked his bike to life and sped away, leaving whatever that was there behind. Trying to reassure himself, he kept thinking, well, maybe a person lives there, that's all. So he went and asked Pa Sak, the older rider who had given him the initial warning. Pa Sak's only response was, "No one ever looks back." Disappointed and still unsettled by the answer, Ko decided to revisit 18th Street during the daytime. He saw that the bag of porridge he had placed at the gate yesterday was indeed missing. But then as he snooped around, he made a chilling discovery. Many unopened bags of food were scattered around the yard. So was the food truly for a dead person, never to be consumed by the living? Turns out, Ko later found out that a grandma used to live in that house, and after her passing, her daughter would frequently order food online and use it as offerings for her deceased grandmother. The spirit would consume the essence of the food, leaving the physical bag untouched. After this traumatic unwritten initiation for night shift delivery drivers in that area, Bro just simply ditched the night shift life altogether, only done deliveries during the day ever since. A chilling experience by an online housekeeper. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Thyme was laid off for her job. Seeking new work, she signed up as a house cleaner through an app. And to her surprise, the pay was quite good, so she continued cleaning houses and apartments across Bangkok and its vicinity. One particular day, she received a booking for a house that was quite a distance away. Despite the travel, she confirmed the job as she really needed the money. Upon arriving at the house, Thyme met her client, Jonathan, a tall European man with blonde hair. He instructed her to clean only the first and second floors and to never under any circumstances enter the third floor. Jonathan then left for work, leaving Thyme alone with his dog. As she was cleaning the second floor, she started hearing noises from above. Thud, 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 thud. The sounds were like loud footsteps on the third floor, as if someone was jumping. And soon after, loud music began blasting from that same floor. The lyrics from More Than Words, a classic by Extreme, specifically saying "I love you," played on repeat. Thyme assumed Jonathan probably didn't want her to disturb the person upstairs. She didn't think much of it and continued with her work. Jonathan was pretty happy with Thyme's cleaning and would hire her repeatedly. And during these recurring visits, she would sometimes catch a glimpse of the person upstairs. The tall lady with perpetually wet hair. What remained constant was the rhythmic thudding from above and that haunting melody saying "I love you." One day, Jonathan booked Thyme for an 8-hour session. And this time, he expected, or rather unexpectedly, told her to clean the third floor as well, instructing her to finish the first 2 floors first. Thyme was surprised, but happy for the extra work. That day, Jonathan took his dog out, leaving Thyme completely alone to clean the house. 6 hours passed, and Thyme finished the first 2 floors. Now for the third, Jonathan had previously told her the door was locked. But when she got upstairs, it wasn't, and she snapped a picture of the doorknob and jokingly texted Jonathan, "You kidding me?" Jonathan was confused by her message. But Thyme went in anyway. She expected the room to be incredibly dirty, as she'd never seen the person upstairs come down. Surely there must be plates or food packaging left behind. And to her astonishment, the room was empty, and the air felt stuffy as if it had been unused for an extended period. Stagnant and lacking ventilation. How strange, Thyme thought. The room did have a large speaker and a large bed. On the wall was a wedding picture of a beautiful blonde woman and Jonathan. That must be Jonathan's wife, Thyme assumed as she began cleaning. As she cleaned, Thyme decided to use her phone to listen to some music. A fan of rock, she started her rock song playlist. When she finished the main room, she moved to the bathroom and began cleaning there. After a while, she suddenly heard saying "I love you" and wait, what? Thyme was utterly confused. She clearly had her rock playlist on, but her hands were wet, so she continued cleaning the bathroom. Yet the same song saying "I love you" kept playing with different versions. Concert versions, live versions appearing, and this went on for 20 minutes until she finally stopped her music. Deciding to listen to something else, she put on the Ghost Radio's Ghost Stories for company, finding that listening to the host, Pete Jack, had a calming effect on her. As she was cleaning the bathtub, a ghostly wet figure emerged from the wall and turned toward her. The ghost's skin was wet and puffy, as if filled with water. It smiled at her creepily, then retreated back into the wall. Shocked, Thyme ran as fast as she could out of the door, shouting and screaming. She quickly contacted Jonathan, yelling at him to come back. Jonathan arrived and finally spilled the truth. It was Jessica, his deceased wife, who had passed away about 3 years ago. Jonathan admitted he had cheated on Jessica and was caught by her when he was on a date with his mistress, and furious, Jonathan, instead of apologizing, shouted back at her, leading to a heated argument. Jessica finally declared it's either her or me that dies, and she retreated home. Jonathan did nothing and decided to wait 3 days for his anger to cool off before returning home. When he got back, the home was silent. Immediately, Jonathan had a bad feeling and rushed to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The door was locked. So Jonathan broke it open, only to find an empty room filled with bottles of alcoholic drinks. He then ran to the bathroom, discovering it was also locked. Again, he broke open the door, only to find his lifeless wife lying in the bathtub. Her body was bloated and her skin was filled with blood and pus and oozing out and mixing with the water in the tub. Judging from the decay, the forensics team estimated she must have passed away around 3 or 4 days prior. But that wasn't all. On the walls, a bloody handwriting wrote something along the lines of being with Jonathan always, never leaving him ever, and that he would never have another love as long as she would be with him. After that incident, Jonathan had the audacity to bring his mistress to the exact same house, and the two started living together, even buying a dog, but Jessica's ghost relentlessly haunted the mistress, causing her to break up with Jonathan and leave. Only the dog remained in Jonathan's care. Any other time he tried to start a new relationship would either inevitably collapse, or Jonathan even commented that Time was the only house cleaner who had managed to stay for so long. The previous cleaners would never last this long. Shocked, Time decided to go home. As she was leaving, she heard somebody whisper into her ear, "You forgot something." And Time thought maybe it was just stress and continued on her way. As she was checking her cleaning equipment at home, she noticed one of her cleaning tools was missing. Never went back to that house ever again. This experience traumatized her so much she decided to quit despite the high pay. Midnight Encounter. I live in an apartment complex, and I genuinely don't think it's haunted. I have had a couple of incidents, though, but that's a story for another day. I now live with my boyfriend and multiple pets, and this is from a few years ago when it was just me and my dog. When I lived alone, I would always praise my dog for barking if somebody's at the door. I'd call it his intruder bark. I understand it's rude neighbor etiquette, but I'm a girl in her 20s in a big city. Rather care more about my personal safety than being a quiet neighbor. Besides, he only barked when somebody knocked and would stop when I checked the door. One night I was in a deep sleep with my dog in the bed at my feet like always. Probably around 2 a.m. or so. I never checked the time. My dog woke me up to his intruder bark. I opened my eyes to the darkness of the apartment and waited for another knock. In case there was somebody at the door, it never came. And another weird thing was my dog didn't jump out of the bed and run to the door. He stayed right by me. I looked up through the bedroom doorway and I could see the kitchen in my line of sight, and I froze. My dog was still barking. There was a very large shadow, sitting like it was crouched on my kitchen counter. I didn't look away from it while I reached for my glasses on my bedside table, but I knocked them to the ground. Still staring at the shadow, my hand started fumbling around on the floor, searching for my glasses, but I could never find them. So I finally turned away and looked for them with my own eyes. Once I grabbed my glasses and put them on, I looked back into the kitchen. It was gone. I adopted a cat, and I think she brought a ghostly companion with her. In March this year, I adopted a stray cat near my house. That's because there had been a history of cat abuse, and I loved her too much. And a spate of cases happened after I adopted her, and so thank goodness for that. Now for context, my family has a history with ghosts and spiritual beings. We moved a lot when I was younger, and a lot of the places we moved into were haunted in some way, shape, or form. So I'm no stranger to these things. I myself can sometimes sense their presence, and sometimes their emotions, whether they're malevolent or just curious. Before really adopting the stray, I'd hang out with her downstairs in my house. Sometimes I'd glimpse shadows of a figure moving around the playground where she likes to hang out at too, especially during the night. Shortly after adopting my cat, I had a dream that there was another cat with her that I thought was my cat, but then realized that this second one was a boy. I woke up surprised, but brushed it off as my desire for another cat manifesting as nonsensical dreams. However, over the past 2 months or so, I've actually started noticing signs of another cat. I'd hear sounds that my cat would make, such as licking sounds or her scratching her body with her feet. But when I look around, my cat's on the other side of the room. It's gotten more obvious recently. I'd feel the sensation of my cat brushing past my legs when I'm sat at my table, which she does a lot when she wants a little love. But same thing, I'd reach down to pet her only to feel thin air. And then when I look around, I see she's actually lounging on my bed. Sometimes when I'm drifting in and out of sleep, I'll feel the weight of a cat jump up onto the bed with me, especially if I'd just woken up. My cat does this a lot too. She loves to nestle against my body when she's on the bed. But recently I've been looking up only to see she's in fact not on my bed, and just this morning I woke up to feel the weight of paws behind me jumping onto my bed and sort of patting its way over to my upper back. I lifted my hand to pet her only to be met with thin air. When I looked, she wasn't there. Turned around again and thought I was imagining things, but I felt it again. It padded its way up and down the length of my body, even paused on my feet before coming back up to settle behind my back. Definitely wasn't imagining it this time, because with my body being turned to the side, I can actually hear the creak of my mattress springs as the weight came down. Did I accidentally adopt a ghost cat? Please tell me your most paranormal stories. My husband was at work a few days ago, and I was playing video games with some online friends. I suddenly heard my husband's voice calling me. It said, "Babe, can you come in here for a second?" I had my headset on and we were still in the lobby of the game, so I told my friends to wait because I think my husband came home early. Our bedroom, where I was, can look directly into the living room, open floor plan. So I didn't go in there, I just looked in and it was empty. Thought I was tripping, so I went back to the game. Right as I was about to put my headset back on, I heard it again and it said, "Babe, come in here." I looked again and there was nothing. I thought my husband was just trying to scare me, so I called his phone and I was convinced that I would hear it ring from the living room. But it didn't. He answered, and he's a truck driver, so I could hear the engine of his truck from the phone. I asked where he was, and he told me that he was on his way back from Illinois. Just to be sure, I asked him to honk the horn, and he did. I instantly freaked out, shut my system off, and didn't even tell my friends. Ran out of the house through the back door, got in my car, drove to a park, and waited there until my husband got home. I told my husband about this, and he believed me. He said it was a mimic, and I should never answer or respond to it. My husband is a huge believer in the paranormal, and he said that once a mimic knows you can hear it, it will continue to mimic loved ones to make you go crazy or bring illness or possibly death. I live with my grandma in a small house. It's just me and her and my 2 cats, and every Saturday she goes out for bingo. Basically, she had left around 5 p.m. She gets back in at 10 p.m. I was laying in bed for a few hours watching TV. I think it was around 8 p.m., and my cat, who I've had for years, has never hissed. But this time he did, and he was hissing at my bedroom door, which was closed. He started showing some really threatened behavior. His hairs on his head were all spiky and his tail was all fluffed up. His back was arched, and he was non-stop hissing at my bedroom door. So I got up and opened my door thinking he might just need food or need to go to the toilet really badly. But no. So, right as you walk out of my room, there's a hallway, and that hallway leads straight to the laundry room. Then there's a door in the laundry room leading out to the clothes hanger. My cat starts slowly walking up the laundry room door and continues to hiss and have that threatened body language. It freaked me out because he's never acted like this. I started to get a weird feeling. I go straight back to my room and I try to just calm myself down. Watch a comfort show to try not to make myself go crazy. My cat eventually calmed down and joined me on the bed. And then suddenly I hear knocking at my window. That's when I lost it. I was about to cry because I just had this bad feeling. I went out of my room again, and next to the laundry room door is a window. I saw this face. Nothing else, just a face staring at me. But it wasn't like a human face, it was just full-on white like paper and distorted looking. Don't really know how to explain it. I ended up running straight back to my room and ringing my auntie to come pick me up because I was not going to stay there alone. So my auntie ended up calling me an Uber. And as I was leaving, I noticed that the door that leads to the backyard was fully open. Even though I had known I'd locked it because my grandma is really paranoid and likes to have all the doors locked at all times. Bolted to the front of the house. Got to my auntie's and she just told me I was probably being paranoid. My grandma came and picked me up and she had the same response. I was upset that no one believed me though. I knew damn well what I saw. And ever since that day, I've never been home alone again. Two real ghost encounters. The Red Candle Lady and the Ghost Bride. Encounter number 1. The Red Candle Lady. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, I was a pretty nervous kid. Especially when it got dark outside. My imagination ran wild at night, and I'd always try to leave me like a little TV on to help me sleep, but my parents didn't like that. They'd get on me for running up the power bill or messing up the TV. And sometimes they'd come into my room late at night to make me shut it off. So eventually I started setting the TV on a timer before going to sleep. One night felt like any other. I had just watched some creepy videos on YouTube, including ghost stories from that old Top 15 channel. And even after that, I didn't feel scared, not yet. And as I laid in bed in the dark, I noticed a small, faint red light glowing in the hallway. My first thought was that it was just car lights from outside. But then I realized car headlights are white or yellow, not red. Confused, I got out of bed and quietly peeked my head into the hallway. That's when I saw her. An old woman was standing there, holding a small red candle. She looked exactly like one of the figures from the Top 15 videos I'd watched earlier that day. I panicked and ran back to bed, staring at my door in fear. I sat there for what felt like forever, too afraid to move. Eventually, I worked up the courage to sneak in my older brother's room. When I peeked into the hallway again, I saw the old woman was now standing in the living room, facing away from me. I quietly knocked on my brother's door and begged him to let me sleep in his room. At first he said no, but his girlfriend at the time said it was okay, so I hurried inside their dark room. But right as I was walking in, I looked back and she was gone. To this day, I don't know if it was just my imagination or if the Red Candle Lady had actually appeared in my house. Encounter number 2. The Ghost Bride. About a year later, close to Halloween, I had another strange experience. I've always loved the Halloween season, the cool air, the pumpkin pie, and all the spooky decorations. That year, my family bought a projector that displayed Halloween videos on surfaces like windows or walls. Showed all sorts of fun things, like laughing pumpkins and skeletons, ghosts, and zombies. But one video stood out to me, The Ghost Bride. It was a creepy loop of a woman in a wedding dress. At first, she floated in place, gently motioning with her finger for you to come closer. As the video continued, she would drift across the wall or window and cry and eventually scream loudly. I couldn't aim the projector at the window, the blinds were too big, so we set it up to display the videos on the wall inside the house instead. One night I went to bed like normal after turning the projector on like my dad had asked. Everything felt fine until 2:30 or 3 a.m. A white light flickered in the hallway, just like in my Red Candle Lady encounter. At first I ignored it, but then it grew brighter, and when I looked again I saw what looked like a glowing white cloth moving across my doorframe. I slowly got up, walked to the door, and there she was, the Ghost Bride. She turned her head and stared directly at me, making the same beckoning hand gesture I'd seen in the projector video. Frozen in fear, I quickly crawled back into bed and hid underneath the covers for a few minutes. When I finally worked up the nerve to peek into the hallway again, she was gone. Confused, I checked the living room. The projector was off. Not only that, it was unplugged. I hadn't touched it. I have no idea if my parents went in after I fell asleep and unplugged it. They never said they did. All I know is that I saw the same ghost bride from the video standing in my hallway, making that same eerie hand motion. And here's something else weird. I still have a projector, just like the one we used that night. My grandma and stepmom actually bought similar projectors around the same time. When my grandma moved in with us, she gave me hers because she knew how much I loved Halloween. Sitting in my room right now. Sometimes I wonder, should I plug it back in and try to see if the ghost bride comes back, or was it something tied only to the original projector we used that night? I've thought about testing it, but honestly, I'm not sure if I want to find out what happens. Unexplainable overthinkingness. In our home, it's my husband, 3-month-old baby, 2 dogs, 1 cat, and I. We have this lamp in the living room that has the build which you can change the light with the remote. On the morning of Father's Day, my husband wakes up early to take a morning shift with our baby. I know, it's Father's Day. I took the night shift and I was passing the fuck out. We usually leave our bedroom door open, and for some reason at 6 a.m. I woke up and saw a red light downstairs. I didn't think much of it and thought my husband was playing with me because I told him what the red light meant. Woke up a couple of hours later. My husband asked me if I'd changed the lamp to red, and I said no. I saw that and said that you did that. At first, my husband didn't believe me, but I kept insisting that I didn't. And since then, we both witnessed the light changing to red. And bad things have happened. Pains me to say this, but our baby rolled off the couch, and, well, thank God she's fine. Got certain bad news and weird stuff happened. Kept thinking maybe it was us with the other light bulbs in our bedroom, and it reaches down the hallway into the living room lamp. But it doesn't, and both are completely different remotes. The last time weird things have happened was when my dog died 3 years ago. The lights would either flicker on or turn off. It lasted only a couple of days and then stopped. The red light's completely new, and the color, it's always set on a soft white. I've been overthinking about this way too much. I'd love y'all's opinions. I saw some really weird shit at an abandoned kids' tuberculosis hospital, and still freaks me out. Hey guys, never really believed in haunted stuff until this happened at an old abandoned children's tuberculosis hospital near my city. It's got a super and sad history. Lots of kids who were sick and passed away there. The place always felt off. One time during a sunny day, which, keep in mind there's a lot of natural light in the building, my friend was with another friend and just exploring, filming a silly video inside of it. Just lip-syncing and messing around. She didn't even notice at first, but later she saw this black shadowy humanoid figure walking behind her by a door. The crazy part is they were literally the only ones in the building at the time, and her friend was in front of her while she was filming herself. They always check for people before exploring. There was no one else, no footsteps, no voices, nothing, just that shadow. She only found out about it months later when she rewatched the video. And after that, she said she'd never go back, and honestly, I don't blame her. I don't have the video, and not sure if she does, as we're not friends anymore. But seeing it with my own eyes was enough for me to believe something's seriously wrong with that place. Anyone else ever been somewhere with heavy history like that and caught something unexplainable? And what do you all think that shadow was? Let me tell you about my experience meeting my great-grandmother. It's well known in my family that my grandpa's mom was indeed a witch, a bad person with lots of bad actions to anyone who confronted her. She came from Spain in the late 30s, went to live in a very spiritual place in Mexico, also known as an esoteric place filled with nahuales. And nahuales are beings with the ability to change shape. often taking on the appearance of animals such as jaguars, dogs, coyotes, or birds, among others. Beyond her strict persona, being rich was one of the most focusing thing about her, or perhaps they meant fascinating. Why? Because my family rumor, that it was confirmed by my grandpa, is that in her house she used to hid golden coins on the wall. And me growing in that house when I was a kid, I can confirm that house had a lot of passageways between the walls. Here's the story about her death. My grandpa's friend used to do very dark humor pranks between them. It was their weird connection style, but that day he called my grandpa and told him that his mom had passed away. Of course, my grandpa was mad about that joke, but it wasn't my great-grandmother's house. It was surrounded by police cars because somebody had stole some papers from her vault. And she was a mean woman, and she was known in that town because of that and her greed around everything that involved money. Karma's a bitch. Then the hearse broke down several times on the way to the cemetery, and when they arrived, the coffin didn't fit in the hole. Years passed, I grew up. I left that town. My grandpa went sick, and it was time to go visit him, and don't get me wrong, I love that house, and if it were mine, I would treasure that house with all my heart. But the vibes are kind of heavy in certain areas, like the basement in my grandpa's room. Stayed there for 2 weeks, and everything was fine until one night. I remembered that there was a presence behind me during dinner. I even told my family, and they do believe in hauntings. So they did a quick cleanse with an egg, and the egg was fine, so I took no care about it. I took a glass of water and went to my room on the second floor. I slept, then I opened my eyes, and I could see myself out of my body. I know it wasn't me being dead, but I was floating over my body. I couldn't speak, and I know I could talk with my mind, but not with the voice. Something took me out of the house, and I could see a clear view of it, and I flew to the main door and opened it, and everything seemed fine. I was on my way downstairs to the basement. It was clean. Don't take me wrong, it's been years since my visit to the basement due to decorations and old furniture and old things from my grandpa are thrown there. But this time, everything was like it was used to be in the past, like 2 offices, 1 living room, a bathroom, and a garage. Everything, but from a different time. And a woman was there. She was counting her money, grabbing ledgers, and putting them in a safe in the wall. She picked a huge painting of a ship and covered it with it. When she was done, she stood still, watching to the wall. I knew that she knew that I was there. I sensed it. She didn't like it. She turned around, and she definitely didn't want me up there. Go out. No, here. Mine. When I woke up, I told my family about it, not to my grandpa, because even what she represented in the history of our family, my grandpa adores her. Loves her, but doesn't speak a lot of her. We went to the basement, to my grandpa's old office, and there it was, a ship's painting. Behind it in the wall, we all said it was a nightmare, and I didn't felt like it. My aunt took the wooden boards off the wall, and there it was, a huge safe. We couldn't open it, so they broke into it. They found papers and maps and nothing else. But that was the moment I think she snapped. From that moment on, strange things started to happen in the house. Shadows and chills and sounds, you name it. My last night there, I saw that crow following me everywhere. I knew it was her. It had to be her. I woke up, and before leaving, I went to my grandpa's bedroom. We talked and laughed and asked me to look through the window because something was annoying him. A sound. I looked, and there was a crow. He asked me not to close the window because of her mother's favorite animals were, in fact, crows. Haven't traveled to see my grandpa. He's been sick lately, and I know I have to go visit him. I'm not scared of her, but there's something I don't connect. When she said mine, did she refer to the money or about my grandpa? Was she a Nahuale? Has this happened to anyone else? What do you think it was? When I was around 6 or 7 years old, I had a weird thing happen. It stuck with me my entire life. I'm 37 years old, and I can recall this like it happened yesterday. A little background. I grew up with just me and my mom. We lived in an older apartment, a 3-family apartment. A family on the opposite side of us and a single man lived below us. As you walked in, you would walk up a flight of wooden stairs. There was a railing, you'd come up to a bathroom, then the kitchen, turned left, and there was a hallway. My door to my room was on the right. From my bedroom, I could see the railing and anyone coming up or down the steps. Walk down a little bit more down the hall was our living room. That's on the right. My mom's room was up a flight of stairs at the end of the hall on the left. Almost nightly, I'd go to my bed in my room, and I'd wake up to go into my mom's room. I would crawl into the bed and go back to sleep. I just always felt more comfortable and safe. One night I woke up as I normally did. My bed was up on a wall, and I remember I woke up feeling like I was being watched. Rolled over a little, and as my eyes adjusted, I was instantly shocked. My stomach had a pin in it, and there was something almost translucent but dimly light, with what looked like angel wings kneeling next to my bed, praying. Mind you, I grew up not religious at all, and my mom's side was Jewish, and I was petrified, and I remember starting to sweat. Turned over into the wall side and put my head underneath the covers. Petrified. Peeked back out and remember seeing it get up and walk out of my room, and then watched it go down the stairs to leave. I never heard a door open, so I knew it wasn't an actual person. Once I thought it was gone, I screamed for my mom and ran my ass to her room. That's a memory from 30 years now. Need to know if anybody has anything like this happen. Never happened again to me. I don't think it was sleep paralysis, because I remember like I was moving and still seeing it. I was awake for sure, so it wasn't a dream. I'm curious on people's thoughts on this and what they think it was. Thanks for reading all this. I know it is long as fuck. Potty mouth. Am I putting too much thought into this? At the beginning of June, I moved into a new apartment. For starters, the maintenance refuses to come into my apartment with no explanation. I received my keys and signed my lease May 15th. The apartment was not done at all. I gave them until the end of May to finish the apartment, as I noticed that they had multiple tenants move in at the same time and just thought they were busy. Fast forward to the day before I moved in. Nothing was done, still spiderwebs in every corner, wolf spiders and black widows everywhere. Metal exposed between the carpets. I ended up finishing the apartment myself. Went in the beginning of this month and talked to management. They promised me they would come into the apartment and do a walkthrough and get things fixed. Still nothing, which, of all of that, could be a really irresponsible apartment complex. The day we moved in, we started hearing noises, just like little taps and thuds. I assumed that was my neighbors and moved on. My 17-month-old daughter started sleeping in her own room, and for the first few days she absolutely loved it. By day 3, she started waking up multiple times screaming. I would pick her up and console her, and she would just say scary and refuse to go back to sleep. Assumed that was just her little one adjusting to the move and the change to her sleep situation. I've continued hearing little things and just started making comments to my husband about what happened to him and just telling me I'm silly. The real-life paranormal activity, I swear, but now for the last week. My daughter has this cute little turtle that she can push around, and when she pushed it, the buttons, it'll make noises. My husband laid her daughter down for her nap, and we're just enjoying our alone time, half watching something, half catching up on all things we haven't been able to talk about. And all of a sudden, the turtle rolled and the sound went off. My husband told me not to think anything about it, that it was weird, but it was nothing. The day before yesterday, the light above the stove burnt out. I made sure the light switch was off. We switched out the bulb, put the light bulb on my list, and went about my day. Yesterday, my husband went to see some friends. It was just my daughter and I home. Got her dinner, put her to bed, and normally she'll lay there and talk to herself for a few minutes and then fall asleep. But last night she was doing the same thing, but it was like taking a long time for her to fall asleep. She wasn't getting fussy, just laughing and talking. Went to her door and peeked through the door, and she was holding her binky up to the ceiling while laying down, pulling it back close to herself, saying mine. She did this over and over, just laughing as if she was like playing with someone. I just giggled at her babiness and continued cleaning up. About 10 minutes later, I don't hear her and I assume she went to sleep. Then she let out a blood-curdling scream. I ran straight to her room, and her binky was now in the middle of the floor, which wasn't much of a thought because she always throws her binks out. But after I got her to sleep, I got into the shower, and every couple of minutes I would hear something as if someone was rummaging through my living room and kitchen. Sounded like it was in our apartment, so I had to keep getting out of the shower to confirm no one was out there. Told my husband about it when he got home, and he just told me I was probably being anxious being home late and alone with the baby. Occasionally I work night shifts at the hospital, and tonight's one of those nights. My husband texted me and told me that he swears he saw somebody walk toward our daughter's room after he put her to bed. He was in the bathroom directly next to her room, and I'm only a few minutes away from our house, so I went to go for like a lunch break. My husband greeted me outside, and we come outside, and the light, it was like burnt out that I turned off like days before, turned on for 5 seconds, then back off. Just a couple things like that are also a little bit strange, but could be other things.